Tradoon.
Girder.
Tradoon. We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today. I hope your week is off to a good start. Happy Monday, or whatever day it might happen to be whenever you're watching this. We've got like 90 people watching this live, but surely we've got more people watching later on in the VOD or on YouTube, and I'm glad you're watching too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. This is a channel where I do science outreach full time. Whether that's going over new scientific papers, whether it's answering questions from chat, whether it's showing you live how we dig up fossils in the field, like we did the past 3 summers, and I'm really looking forward to doing again this year. Paleontologizing is all about taking fossil science, paleontology, and showing you how it works. Putting you in the middle of it, giving you an inside peek, an inside perspective on how we test hypotheses in paleontology, how we use fossils to figure out the history of life on Earth. It is a pretty incredible story, and I'm here to share it with you, so welcome. On today's broadcast, we don't have a real overarching topic, so it's going to be kind of a grab bag kind of a thing. We'll be going over some plans for the next month, maybe going over the February calendar really briefly, doing some Q&A, looking at some videos, all that good stuff. So again, I'm glad you're here, and if you've got questions, don't hesitate to ask them. It's the whole point of these broadcasts, is to bring fossil science to the people. So I'm glad you're here. And Rakadactylus, shoot, I need to send you a reply email here. Thank you for getting back to me so quickly. Holy cow. I should have gone to my other email account too, but it looks like it didn't. But I saw Matt M33 and Kodali were first again today. Then we've got Bonch, Summer Days, Sandwich Nom Nom, Niffler, Hugh Fun, Krabby Liz, Keeper MN, Taddy Waddy, Fluffy, Deinonychus, Golganak. How are you doing, Golganak? Good to see you. Neilf and Grim Deviant, One Fun Panda, and Kawaii Johnny Kilo, and Oranged Barnes, Lilith Hobo, and Jazzy Cat. Claire Burr, how are you doing, Claire? Wonderful to see you too. Hope you had a great weekend. Mayor of Space says Woo Extinction in reference to the cold open video. Welcome, Mayor of Space. I hope you had a good weekend too. It's good to see ya. Gay Hibiscus and Nafron. Nafron says hello, Teacher Danny, the mods, and everybody here. How you doing, Nafron? Welcome. And Flug, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, Flug. Good stuff. And Sydney, aka Coco, says good afternoon from Michigan. I was just thinking about Michigan yesterday, Sydney. Lordy had some friends over for an event, and then I went up at one point upstairs to refill my water bottle, and somebody's like, nice shirt, Danny. Here. This is from the museum in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That's a mastodon right there, which I believe is Michigan's state fossil. Their state stone is also a fossil, as I recall, the Petoskey stone. But yeah, the museum in Grand Rapids is excellent. If you ever have a chance to go, make sure you check it out. I was surprised and delighted at how cool that little museum was. Yeah. Kurtrific, how are you doing? Hello, hello. We do like a nice shirt around these parts, says Rakadactylus. Yeah, I don't know. I've become something of a t-shirt connoisseur over the years, having once made my living producing t-shirts. Oh, and we'll be talking about t-shirts in a little bit here as well. There's a piece of exciting news that I shared there on Blue Sky, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah. Anyway, so good to see everybody. Again, I think it's important to remember every day when I press that start streaming button how special it is that people show up for this. You know, the internet is a very, very big place. You could be just about anywhere right now, or you could be outside touching grass, but you're here right now, hanging out with us, getting excited about science, drinking in the majesty and wonder of our incredible planet Earth and its long and storied history. That's special, and I don't want to take that for granted. So thank you for being here, and we're gonna have a fun stream. It's gonna be good. Flamboyant Hawaiian shirts. That's where the real gold is, says Rakadactylus. That's funny. I did order a Hawaiian shirt the other day, and I'm gonna return it because I didn't like it. I currently have one Aloha shirt, and I don't know. They don't often suit me very well. But yeah. And hey, Casey Snowart, great stream this morning, by the way. Good to see you here. Casey Snowart was doing an art stream this morning for Rubber Ducky Day, drawing some ducks. Let's see here. There we go. If you're not yet following Casey Snowart, what are you waiting for? Look at these lovely dinosaurs she was drawing. But it was a really fun stream. I got to catch a little bit of it in between running around doing other things this morning. So, yeah. Casey says, thanks for stopping by and enjoying some ducks with us. Of course. Yeah, and again, the reason I knew you were streaming right then, I didn't have Twitch open, was because you posted this to Blue Sky, so, thanks for doing that, Casey. Anywho, and Yay Taquito says, I hope you're in your house right now. Is this your room? It is indeed. This is my office here in the sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Here in gorgeous coastal California. Yeah, I live in the Bay Area near San Francisco. Yeah, although I'm going to be traveling at the end of the month and taking you with me if you'd like to come along. Going to a pretty cool place. I'll tell you about it in a bit. Greetings to you too, Gamer Tragic. Hello. And Sid Vicious says, hey Danny, I was wondering why Balaniceps rex still survives and almost all other dinosaurs are extinct. That's not quite correct there, Sid Vicious. You're talking about the shoebill, of course, sometimes called the shoebill stork, even though it's not a stork. But that happens to be, you know, a kind of bird. Birds are all living dinosaurs. Every single living bird species today is a living dinosaur. Dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We have how many species of dinosaurs alive today?
Over 9,000!
It's true. There's usually estimated around 10,000 species of living bird. And Beleniceps rex, the shoebill, is just one of them. Anywho, yeah. What? 9,000? Says Mayor Space. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Over 9,000. A tremendous number of living bird species. And again, every single one of them is a dinosaur. Birds, by definition, are dinosaurs. We'll look up Archosauria on our Tree of Life. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile, and birds are a kind of dinosaur, so strictly speaking, birds are a kind of reptile. They evolved from a reptile ancestor, from dinosaurs. Today, the only members of this group, Archosauria, the group that used to include the non-bird dinosaurs till they all went extinct, today includes birds and crocodilians. So crocs are more closely related to birds than they are to lizards or snakes or turtles or anything like that. Dinosaurs used to be right here. This tree only really shows living groups of animals. There's just maybe a handful of extinct species that are sprinkled throughout this, but apart from that, everything in here is a living species. Birds are a kind of archosaur. Birds are a kind of dinosaur, which are a kind of archosaur, which are a kind of archelosaur, which are a kind of sauropsid. Sauropsids are reptiles. So every single one of these is a reptile, including penguins and the buntings and all the other birds. So anyway, birds and crocodilians and birds. 10,002 species according to this count, but there's, you know, there's always a little bit of dispute as to how many, which species are actually distinct and which are subspecies, and, you know, it's a little bit subjective how you count them. But yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes sense. But yeah. You know who is not a dinosaur? Is Mini Pie. Hello, Mini Pie. Hey. Can you come say hello? Anyway, yeah. Pujil says, don't count your species before they hatch. Sure. Yeah. Mini Pie here is not a dinosaur. She's a mammal, like you and me. Aren't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. But you love dinosaurs, especially those birds outside. You love to watch them. Anywho, you having a good day, Minnie? It's good to see you. And Sid Vicious is smartest dinosaur. I know it's very hard for us to say. If we're talking about birds, then that's, again, a matter of discussion among researchers today. You've got certain birds like corvids, ravens and crows and jays. They tend to be pretty clever. Some of them can figure out puzzles that would stump, like, a 7-year-old child. Parrots have a reputation for intelligence as well. It's like the African gray parrot are, they're almost notorious for how smart they are. Birds in general are pretty clever animals. But if we're talking about extinct dinosaurs, if we're talking about the non-avian dinosaurs, then the smartest one, if you were to ask a bunch of different dinosaur paleontologists what was the smartest dinosaur, their answer that you would probably get the most often would be Troodon. And we were talking all about Troodon on Friday's stream. Right here, we actually did an interview with paleontologist Dave Verricchio, who happens to be an expert on Troodon.
Tradoon.
So that's in the two Medicine formation, right? So the
Two Medicine formation, yes.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah. Here,
The site's really cool. It had 3 different types of hadrosaurs. Sorry.
Tradoon.
No, I was just going to say that's up near Shoto, Montana.
We don't have a
Anybody in the
transcript
chat
for
is
this yet.
wondering where that is. So like,
I understand. I was
Really
just thinking
appreciate
about
this,
another feature about ontogeny that's interesting
yeah.
is that
Anyway, this is really cool.
have that as higher stratigraphically within the dinosaur part.
Ontogeny.
Your hot take on the whole dinosauroid thing, as somebody who works on troodontids. Yeah.
You know, I think it's a good thought exercise. You know, it's
Uh-huh.
not.
Anywho, yeah. So if you want to learn about Troodon, watch that VOD. Here's a link to it right here for you. There you go. So yeah, good stuff. And Roseanne says the crows in India were visually different. They had gray saddle-shaped feathers across their back. Yeah, there's a bunch of different species of crow there, Roseanne. We want to go back to here. Let's go to our crows, ravens, and jackdaws, genus Corvus. Over here. Yeah. There's 44 different species within this one genus Corvus. So you get different crows up here, fish crows, bougainville crows, New Caledonian crows, palm crows. There's a bunch. So I'm not sure which one you would have encountered in India, but one of these. Yeah. Here, if you want to explore that, here is a link right there. Yeah. Anywho. And there you go, Rhacodactylus. Again, good point. Smartest is always going to be a relational between the organism and their environment. If you judge a hummingbird on its ability to solve survival problems faced by a red-tailed hawk, it's going to seem incompetent. Exactly. In the same way that you could make an argument in a lot of ways that birds are way more intelligent than we are in certain areas. Imagine you were flying through the air and you had to get from, the middle of Canada down to, say, Tierra del Fuego. Without a map. Without any sorts of directions. Just visually. You've got to get there. Miko the raccoon, thank you for the 10 months of support. Really appreciate that, Miko. Thank you. Good to have you here. Or imagine that you had to hide 1,000 acorns and be able to find almost every single one during the winter after you'd hid them. There are woodpeckers that do this instinctually, They don't make a list. They don't tie a string around their finger or anything like that. They just remember. That's, I think, a remarkable display of intellect in a way. And there are birds that do all kinds of things like that we're just beginning to understand how some of these things work as scientists. It's pretty neat. So yeah. And Sporky says, dumb humans can't naturally detect the Earth's magnetic field for migration. Exactly. Yeah. How incompetent are we? We can't even do that. That's the most basic thing in the world for certain birds. They can orient themselves just based on where their heads are turned. They know which way is north and which way is south. Just simplest thing in the world for them. Oh yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Sid Vicious says, Danny, when we get a solar eclipse, many animals think it's dark, wake up at the moment the solar eclipse is over. Would it have been the same for dinosaurs? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I can't see why not. There are certain animals that are more attuned to day-night cycles than other animals. Let me think of an example. Something like a moth, maybe, is not going to care that much whether it's night or day. Or maybe a moth would. That's not a good example. I don't know. But, we're still trying to figure out whether or not most dinosaurs were primarily diurnal, or how many of them would have been nocturnal. Would they have been active during the nighttime? All kinds of stuff like that. There's been a lot of speculation about that, a lot of papers written about this. And, yeah, we don't have a strong consensus on how day or night oriented different dinosaurs were. So, yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Mini Pie here, I think, wants some treats. Do you want some treats, Mini Pie? Is that something that you would like? Huh? Would you like that, Minnie? What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, there. Look at all those. My goodness, I probably gave you too many. It's okay, they're dental treats and they're low calorie. You're probably looking sleek today. There you go, Jazzy Cat. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, it's good to have everybody here. Here. Apply to this email real quick. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Rakadactylus. Excellent. The treats will do. And she ate all of them. Good for you, Mini Pie. Good for you. Well done. Anywho, everybody, let's take a look at our schedule here that I've updated before we get into some Q&A and stuff like that. There we go. January 2025. We're like halfway through the month already. How crazy is that? It's the 13th today. On the 30th, which is a Thursday, we're going to be getting ready to go to North Dakota. I'm going to be visiting the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. It's a place that is particularly near and dear to my heart because my old mentors actually run the place. And I contributed some things to this museum early on. Here. That's a promo video that the city put together for the museum here. New dinosaur species, yes indeed. Out of all of the small museums throughout the American West, this one might punch the highest above its weight, if that makes sense. A convoluted sentence. It's a small museum. They do some awesome stuff there. They have one of the most robust field programs in the world. They've got multiple holotypes, new dinosaur species. The holotype is the original specimen. And we'll get to see some of them, because some of them are up on display. It's a pretty cool place. It's a pretty cool place. And I'm going to be live streaming from there. So that's going to be the beginning of February. February 3rd and 4th, I'm planning on doing live streams from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. It's something I've been looking forward to doing for a long time. And I'm getting a bunch of stuff together right now to make sure that that's possible, that we can actually stream from there. I'll probably be bringing the Starlink because the internet speeds in North Dakota are kind of abysmally slow. Even their so-called high-speed internet is sometimes like 0.3 megabits per second. Whereas I've got gig speed internet right here in the Bay Area. So, yeah, we might actually need satellite internet. We'll see. One of the reasons why I'm going there is to finally finish the Spinosaur paper with Denver, so we can get that thing submitted for publication. It has been a long time coming. So I'll be working on that over the weekend, and then Monday and Tuesday, streaming from the museum, helping them promote some stuff, showing you the incredible fossils that they have there on display, hopefully showing you the prep lab and the collections, and just sharing that remarkable institution with all of you. I think you're going to be really impressed by it. Here's a video they put together a while ago that we've seen before, but I'll play it again real quick, just to kind of give you a taste.
My name is Dr. Denver Fowler, and I'm the curator of paleontology here at Badlands Dinosaur Museum, Dickinson Museum Center. So what I love about the Badlands Dinosaur Museum is the opportunity that we have to do something different. We're planning our new exhibits in a way that's different from what you'll have seen before.
So that hadrosaur arm right there is one that I collected with Liz back in 2017. There's a mummified pinky finger on it right there. It's still got flesh and organic matter fossilized attached to it. Pretty darn cool. That's now on display outside in the main hall.
Before at other museums, we want to do immersive exhibits. We want to have unique specimens that you can't see anywhere else, and tell stories about basically being a dinosaur detective. How do we find out? This is a very, very special museum. How these animals lived. What's the process of science? We're not just walking through. And
I think that might be the Triceratops skull that I discovered right there. Not the one next to Denver right here. But this one, I think this might be the Count Tricula specimen that I found back in 2015. That's one that I found in the Hell Creek, and they've got that on display too, so I'm excited to go.
We're not just walking through time as you might have seen in other exhibits, we're doing something different here. That's what we want to do.
My name is Destiny Wolf, and I am a board member and volunteer fossil preparator here at the Dickinson Museum Center. Part of our efforts here at the Dickinson Museum Center include our continued efforts to build a world-class dinosaur museum where you're able to not just see replicas, but real fossils that we're bringing in. Our current fundraising efforts here at the Dickinson Museum Center are going to help sustain us. It means
so they've got some really, really cool stuff going on. They're trying to add a new building. They're trying to open up a new fossil hall. Extra collection space, extra lab space potentially. They've got some really, really exciting things in the works, and I want to do whatever I can to help out. That's where you come in, chat. When I go out to Dickinson, I'm flying over on the 31st. I'm not going to be packing very many shirts because, well, I really want to get some shirts at their gift shop. If you want to frustrate me, which I would actually be really happy to be frustrated about this, you can go and order all of their shirts online right now. This just came up today, and I wanted to share it on Blue Sky. Yeah, Denver says, our museum has an online shop now. Here you can directly buy some of our exclusive merch. There's a few items here right now with many more to come. So that's right here. They've got some really, really cool stuff. Merchandise you won't be able to get anywhere else. And stuff that's, you know, it celebrates what they've got at the museum, like Daspletosaurus wilsoni. So this is a dinosaur you will not see in any other museum. This is one of their holotype specimens. So the first one of its kind, the type specimen, that original example that all others need to be compared to, is there, and here it is on the shirt. Daspletosaurus wilsoni. There we go. And there's a skeletal diagram too. Man, I'm excited to get one of these as well. You can even buy a 3D printed bust of Daspletosaurus wilsoni. Like of the animal, its head all fleshed out. You can put it up on your wall. Really, really cool stuff. I would love to see all of this stuff go out of stock before I arrive. I'm sure it's going to be high quality merch because Denver's very picky about this kind of thing. There is the link right there. Good stuff. I made sure to share this today. So I'll be visiting North Dakota's coolest homegrown museum at the beginning of February for some science and outreach. Now I can finally point you to their online merch store. It's just up as of today, as I understand it. Support the Badlands Dinosaur Museum by ordering some exclusive Daspletosaurus wilsoni gear. Really exciting. And Sweetie Pie, my goodness. Just right there in front of the camera. How are you? Good stuff. How can we paleo thralls help out? Well, if you want to get yourself some really cool merch, that would help support the museum. I want to get some merch too, but I will not... I'll pretend to be upset, but I'll actually be really happy if it all goes out of stock before I arrive. Maybe I should pack enough shirts. Maybe I won't be able to get any. That would not be the end of the world. But yeah. Anyway, hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you? Yeah. Ugh. How are things, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Getting up close and personal with the camera? Yeah. Aw. Good to see you. Do you want some treats too? You can smell that Mini Pie got some treats there earlier. You already know that took place. You already know that took place. Yeah, she's like, where are my treats, Danny? I'm a landlord here. Pay up, tenant. Alright, Sweetie Pie. Hold your horses. Hey, Bulent, how are you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. My turn, please, says Shark Girl. Yes, indeed. Sweetie Pie, you want some treats too? Can I brush you first? What do you think? Can I do that? Okay. Look. Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's a yes. There we go.
Tradoon.
Alright, that's probably enough brushing. Let's get you those treats. Oh, that's what you came here for. Oh, and there you go, Salamander. No, I gotcha. Well, you know, you can wear the clothes so you don't have to pack them for moving day. That's always an option. Or you could even have them delivered to the new address, so you don't even have to pack them. All of them at the same time? Yeah, like when you don't want to pack clothes in a suitcase when you're flying, you just wear all of your clothes at once. Oh, no new address yet. Well, I wish you all the best of luck with the move there, Salamander. I know that could be stressful, going through a move. I hope it's as stress-free as possible. You went through all those treats, Sweetie Pie. Here, let's get you some more. Here we go. How's that? Yeah. Look, one of them fell. There you go.
Tradoon.
And hey, Lenina, good to see you. I hope you're having a good week so far. But yeah. And Fuzzy Boot says, hello, found you from your Indiana Jones playthrough on another stream. Yeah, on Ios's channel. Welcome, Fuzzy Boots. Are your walls concrete bricks? Just curious. This down here is concrete. This up here is actually metal. And hence magnetic. Yeah. This week will be a busy one, but that's good. Oh, okay. I'm glad it's busy in a good way, Lenina. Yeah, oh. I'll see you later, sweetie. You left some crumbs on. Oh, okay. I gave her one treat too many. Anywho, yeah, really excited about going to North Dakota at the end of the month. I'm already planning a bunch of stuff. Yeah, really trying to think through all the gear that I'm going to need in order to be able to stream from there, and trying to figure out what are the best ways that I can help support the museum. I'm going to see if maybe I can get Denver and Liz to put together an Amazon wish list or maybe a Throne wish list for different items that they'll need for the museum. That way people can support the institution in like a direct material way. And yeah, hopefully it'll just be good for publicity too. Anyhow, yeah. Good stuff. And Devolve says, do you use Starlink when in the field? I do, and I'll probably be using it in North Dakota as well, because I'm not sure if I trust the local internet provider to have sufficient speeds. So, we'll see. We'll see. Fun their next dig season, says Salamander. Yeah, hopefully they'll also be getting some grants and some money from the city and all that stuff. But, yeah. It seems like the things that they need most right now are, like, big-time donations, maybe some small in-kind donations of different items they can use in the lab and in the field. And also volunteers. A huge part of... Like, they've got this big backlog of different fossils that need to be prepped right now. They need to be cleaned so they can be studied and put into the collections. They've got such a robust field program. They go out and they find so many dinosaurs, and they dig them up and they bring them back, and then it's kind of a bottleneck being able to clean those fossils, remove all the rock from them, so that you can study them and publish on them and put them into the collections. So if we can help get the word out a little bit about this incredible museum, help get them a little bit more attention, be a win for everybody. So I'm excited about this. It's going to be good. And Dan the BC Man says, North Dakota is cold. Is it, though? I mean, let's look it up right now. You know, Six degrees. You know, that's... Look, we've got a high of -5 degrees on Sunday. That's not that cold, you know? It's -5 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine, you know? Shorts weather, says Casey Snowart. Yeah, I will unironically be packing some shorts, but I don't know, this might be one of the few times that I actually wear long pants. At least it's not 0, so yeah, it could be colder. Yeah, it could be absolute 0, you know? And I'm sure it'll be warm again by the time you know, this only goes through the 22nd. I'll be arriving on the 31st, so I'm sure it'll be, you know, shorts and Hawaiian shirt weather again by the time I arrive. It'll be good. Yeah. Anyhow. Mayor Space says if it ever got to 6 degrees in Florida, that would be a state of emergency. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Plane Shifter in. No, I live in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. That's where I'm streaming to you from right now. But later on in June, hopefully I'll be in Wyoming doing field work like I did last year and the year before. And then I might also be doing some field work hopefully in Utah, maybe some in Montana potentially, maybe some field work in Arizona. We'll see. I could even be doing field work in Utah as soon as March. And I might be doing some other field work here in California. Sometime in February, who knows? There's a lot of different possibilities in the ether right now. We'll see which come to fruition. But yeah. Shorts and Hawaiian shirt, aviators and a mustache kind of weather. Yeah. It's funny you say that, Mayor of Space. It's back in 2011, my first summer in the field. I got a nickname from paleontologist Lee Hall. He thought I looked like Tom Selleck, and so he started calling me Magnum, like Magnum PI. And I used to only grow my facial hair out during the field season, and then I would shave it as soon as I would get back to civilization. It was a tradition until it was like 2015. I started just keeping it year round. But yeah, I was gonna go back to civilization at one point, and Lee's like, "Danny, you've got to shave everything except for your mustache. I think you look just like Tom Selleck." And so I did at some point. Let's see if I can find that photo. I want to say it's in here. Might not be. But yeah. It would have been before I left for Michigan that summer. I don't know if I've got that picture. Shoot, I don't think I do. Oh well. Might be lost to the sands of time. Which, you know, isn't the worst. I don't think it was a good look. But, Anywho. And Hugin says, if you don't like the weather in Texas, just wait 30 minutes, says Hugin. I've heard that about almost every state. And everyone thinks it's unique to their state. It depends what part of Texas. In coastal Texas, your weather's going to be fairly, not uniform, but it's not going to change as dramatically as when you go inland and you've got that continental climate going on. When you're near a large body of water, it tends to have like a mediating effect on the weather, because there's so much moisture in the air. There's an enormous body of water, and water's got a very, very high thermal load. What's the term for that? Anyway, it takes a lot of energy to change the temperature of water, and so water has a stabilizing effect upon the local climate. Thermal capacity. Thank you, Sporky. Yeah. I used to live in Montana, in Bozeman, Montana, for the better part of a decade. And Montana holds the record for the largest temperature swing in 24 hours. There we go. From the Guinness Book of World Records here. Cannot be reached. Try a different source. There we go. National temperature record at Loma, Montana. Loma, Montana recorded a 103-degree Fahrenheit temperature change within 24 hours, thereby breaking the previous record of 100 degrees in Browning, Montana. So anyway, places in Montana just see huge temperature swings over 24 hours. You get these Chinook winds that come down off the Rocky Mountains, and they can make things extremely cold, extremely fast. So the temperature went from, or vice versa. Things can warm up significantly too. So it went from negative 54 degrees Fahrenheit to 49 degrees Fahrenheit in 24 hours. Just astonishing. So yeah, if you want to read more about that, here is this from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, NOAA. Right there. Yeah, nuts. Just extremely variable weather in, especially along the Rocky Mountain front in Montana. Yeah. Anywho. And there you go. Mayor Space says, everyone says that their weather is unpredictable and that their drivers are bad. Although I don't think I've ever been in a place where the drivers were as bad as Montana. I'm not talking about, like, people drive recklessly. There were a lot of reckless drivers there, but people just not knowing how to drive. The worst drivers I've ever encountered anywhere have been in Montana. Yeah. And from the worst drivers in Salt Lake City, genuinely terrified to have driven through there. There are very, very bad drivers in Utah, Rhacodactylus, yeah. Although a lot of them are just, like, too aggressive. They might be, like, skilled drivers, but they make bad choices, if that makes sense. It's not like, oh, I forgot to hit the brakes, bad driver. Or, like, you know, stuff like that, you know? Like, oh no, I hit the same stop sign and knocked it over twice in the same week. That kind of thing. You know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. The number of times I almost died in Montana just because, like, somebody drove up on the sidewalk as I'm walking work. Ton of that kind of thing. Tremendous amount of drunk driving in Montana, too. It's genuinely very scary. Yeah. We need more public transport and less car infrastructure. Yeah, and where I lived in Montana, they had the best public transit out of the entire state because they had one bus that was free that would go throughout Bozeman. The Streamline bus, which I took a lot before I got a car. And even a lot after I got a car. Yeah, these buses right here. They were great. Yeah, and they didn't have these. Wow. Like full-size city buses. Nice. Yeah, very cool. That's a neat development. If he didn't scream, hey, I'm walking here at them. Dinosaur Dave. Anywho. Yeah. And there you go, Casey Snort. Montana driving is a lot like small rural town driving. Absolutely. Yeah, I could tell you stories, but I'm not going to. Not right now, at least. Yeah, I'm very excited to be visiting the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota at the end of the month. So let's continue with that.
That we're going to be able to continue to preserve what we've already collected.
Yeah, rain check on the stories. There you go, Casey. Yeah.
New things to put on display here for the community and people travel.
So this is really cool. Like original models. There's a guy, Boban Filipovic from Serbia, who created these, I think, the world's greatest feathered dinosaur models. We've got a Caroraptor right here, pouncing on a Didelphodon mammal.
And continue to collect new things to put on display here for the community.
Yeah, just gorgeous. World-class model right here. Just incredible. There's this and also Triarchunkus, our Mononychine alvarezsaur dinosaur. It's a beautiful model of that
and
here.
And people traveling from all over the country. And
hopefully they show it.
My name is Dr. Liz Friedman Fowler.
And there's
I'm
Liz.
on the board of the Stark County Historical Society and the Southwest North Dakota Museum Foundation. And I'm a paleontologist, so here at the museum I work with our curator, Dr. Denver Fowler, to uncover new dinosaurs and
Denver is Liz's husband.
And just bring a lot of fresh paleontology and science to Dickinson.
Yep.
Some of our past fundraising has enabled us to go out to Montana in the summer and dig some incredible specimens. We've got an articulated arm of a mummified hadrosaur, a duck-billed dinosaur.
So I helped Liz dig this up in 2017. Let me see if I can find footage of that, because I've got it. I used to do a bunch of videography at the time. Let's see, that'll be in... Find that. Fieldwork 2017. Digging. Raw footage. There we go. So... There we go. Here's me and Liz digging at that site, trying to get that hadrosaur hind limb. It took a tremendous amount of work, and it was like 110 degrees outside for some of these days. It was nuts. And just, I don't know, like having to try and use a pry bar to, go for it. So there's the slab right there with the hadrosaur arm on it. And Liz is jumping on this thing, just trying to get it to... Oh man, it took several days just to get that bit of sandstone broken off from the rest of the slab. But we got it, and it was well worth it. And Liz, no, Claire, that's Liz Friedman-Fowler here.
And we're also digging up a complete articulated tyrannosaur. It's one of the most beautiful fossils I've ever seen.
We're going to get to see
funding to help us expand our fieldwork program so that we can dig up new dinosaurs. And the longer we're able to stay out and dig each summer, the more amazing fossils we can bring back here to Dickinson. And then during the rest of the year, we work on improving the exhibits here. So we're updating exhibits like the ones behind me from some of the older scientific ideas to the most current research.
Oh, and this is really neat too, the sandbox right here. So the way that this works is, I think it's got an Xbox Kinect hooked up to it, and there's a projector up above. So what you do is you can make mountains and stuff like that out of the sand, and then it'll project topographic lines on it. Yeah, stratigraphic lighting, sort of, Claire, yeah. And you can do things like you wiggle your fingers above a certain area, and that generates a rainstorm, and then all of the basins will fill up with water. That's what the kids are doing here. It's super cool stuff. Yeah, so I'll get to show you that too. Really neat. Really, really neat. Yeah. And Ms. Art Rule says, what kind of camera did you use? That's the same camera that I have right here, with a different lens. Actually, no, I take it back. I've got a mirrorless camera now. It was also a Canon. It was a... I think a Canon D... No, a Canon 6D. That's what it was. Anyway, that's the one that I brought into the field for all that videography. A lot of the footage from that you see in some of the previously recorded Danny videos nowadays. Anywho, just really, really excited for this trip. It's going to be awesome. And here, let me share this with you here. This was kind of a random thing that I found today. But this is a guy, I think, who like puts up electric charging stations in different places.
On a previous trip through North Dakota, I'd stopped at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum and really enjoyed it. On this trip, I was super excited to share that experience with my daughter, and we had the extra benefit of having a personalized tour from Destiny Wolf, who's a volunteer and board member there, and a friend from the North Dakota Tesla Owners Group.
So I think I don't think she's a volunteer anymore. I think Destiny Wolf is now a full-time staff member. Pretty sure.
A full interview with Destiny where we talk about the Dinosaur Museum. She answers a lot of my...
Oh, and maybe this guy doesn't actually make the charging stations. Maybe he's just a big fan of charging stations, in which case, good for him.
Dino and fossil questions I've had since I was 7. And then we talk about the EV chargers they have installed in the parking lot, how they complement the museum, and the benefit the city is starting to see from public charging. Before we jump in, I want to apologize for a lack of B-roll in this video. I had the best intentions, but a time crunch, cranky child, and a lost camera all conspired against me. To supplement, I've added some images from the museum's website. And on the flip side, I wouldn't necessarily want to show you every aspect of the museum because it's definitely worth a visit on your own if you're in the area. And
one of the cool things about the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, by the way, is even if you were to show everything in a video, that museum changes so quickly that there will definitely be new things on display by the time you get around to actually visiting. It's a really dynamic place. They are moving and shaking over there. It's very cool.
The exhibits are changing all the time. But enough of me. Let's get to Destiny's introduction.
Hi, my name is Destiny Wolf. I am a volunteer fossil.
Yes. This is the Count Tricula specimen. This is a Triceratops that I discovered in the Hell Creek in 2015. It looks like here they were getting it ready for display. I found this trike right here. So what you're looking at is the back of the frill. So here, you can use this Triceratops for reference here. So everybody knows Triceratops. What you're looking at is the back of the frill right here, including the occipital condyle, which is the big kind of like trailer ball hitch on the back of the skull. That's this right here. So here's the margin of the frill. Again, looking at the back of the frill right here. You can see some of the epis there. The epiparietals and episquamosals. So these are the spiky bones that fringe the frill right there. But it's incredibly thin over here. In fact, it almost seems like it's fenestrating. Like, the bone is getting so thin that you're going to start to see openings in the frill, the fenestrae that you see in, like, Torosaurus. It's a discussion for another time, but, yeah. Very cool.
Preparator and board member here at the Dickinson Museum Center and the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota.
You guys have a great display here. Where do these pieces come from, and what are some of the key functions you guys provide?
Yeah, so we actually have two different collections here at our museum. We have the historic collection, which was collected way back when, many years ago, by the museum founders, the Leagues, who unfortunately Larry League has passed away just in this past year.
So the Leagues opened up they called it the Dakota Dinosaur Museum back in the 90s. I think it was like 1994, 1995 they opened this up, kind of in the midst of the whole Jurassic Park craze. And it was a private museum. They owned the museum. It's right next to the city police station and some other city buildings, I think. But yeah, they owned this private museum. And then at one point, the museum went out of business, I think in like the early 2000s, maybe mid-2000s. And then the city was actually able to purchase the museum. And it's now owned by the city of Dickinson. So it's a municipal museum. Part of the operating budget comes through municipal taxes. And then a lot of it comes through grants, viewer donations, admissions, all kinds of stuff like that. But yeah, it was a nice little small town museum back then. A little bit rinky dink, a little bit of feels very homemade. But Denver and Liz and the rest of the crew there are swiftly turning this into a world-class museum. So, the city of Dickinson made some very wise choices in bringing Denver and Liz on board, hiring Denver as the curator. I actually drove him out there twice for both rounds of interviews. Drove him all the way from Bozeman, Montana, across the whole state of Montana, into North Dakota. He didn't have a car at the time. So, I kept saying, Denver, you're going to get the job. And he goes, oh, I don't know. There's so many other candidates. There were so many other candidates who, like, some people, like, apparently flew in from England to do these interviews. Curator positions for dinosaur paleontologists are extremely rare. It's like, what Andy Farkey said when we saw him at the Alf Museum. We did a quick impromptu interview. Andy Farkey said, just by the numbers, it's easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a curator position at a dinosaur museum. There's more NFL quarterback positions that open up every year than dinosaur curator positions. And he's right. So anyway, it's wonderful when we see something come together like this. It's like so often we hope and wish and dream that all of the pieces would fall into place. Wouldn't it be so cool if we could do this or we could do that? This is one of those examples of that actually happening, which makes me really, really happy, and I'm so excited to share this all with you, Yeah.
And we have the new collection, which is everything in the past 5 or so years that Dr. Denver Fowler, our museum paleontologist and curator, has found. And that's a lot of what we're also working on here in the lab these days.
They really won the lottery. Hiring Denver, they really, really did. They got the right man for the job. This right here, oh boy, I've got a story about this. I helped build this. I drew that silhouette. This is an elephant bird. That is life-size. That's Apiornis. These guys only went extinct, like 1,000 years ago, something like that. No, it was like it was less than that. It was like AD 700, which I guess would be over 1,000 years ago. Anyway, one of the largest flightless birds to have ever lived. Apiornis, the elephant bird, as it's often called. A big critter. The largest bird that's ever lived by weight. Denver had an egg in the collections, an elephant bird egg that he wanted to put on display, but we wanted a quick, inexpensive way to show how big this animal would be when it was full grown. And so Denver got these bits of, they weren't plywood, but it's like almost like a styrofoam board, more durable than that. He said, Danny, I want you to draw me up a silhouette, and then cut it out with a jigsaw. I think Denver actually did the cutting, and then we'll paint it one solid color. He's like, what color should we make it? And I jokingly said, well, I don't know, whatever you do, let's not make it yellow, because if we make it like a canary yellow, then all the visitors are going to call it Big Bird. And Denver got kind of quiet. He looked at me for a second. He goes, you know, I like yellow. So I painted that up, and it's yellow. Yeah. Denver really didn't like the kind of shades of brown color scheme that kind of came with the museum here. And so, yeah, he wanted to add some splashes of color, and that's one of the ones that we got.
Do a lot of the fossils that end up here come
there you go, Reiko.
from
Yes.
your digs? Are they being shipped from other places, or where do these fossils come from?
So the cheapest and easiest way for us to get new fossils to put on display is for us to actually go out and dig them up ourselves. So with a budget of usually only a couple $1,000s a year.
So there's Peter, here's Liz right here. This is when we were digging up the ankylosaur in 2017 in Rudyard, Montana.
A camp of about 15
There's
to
Jack
20
Wilson's
people.
legs right
They
there.
go out every summer.
There's Jack Wilson. And there's my boot, and there's my leg right there. That's so funny. I haven't watched this yet, but he said they got some of the photos off of the website, right? But yeah, this is us digging up that new species of ankylosaur, which I think might be on display right now. And here's one of the seed mix bags. So Denver Liz go through a lot of bird seed. There's a lot of birds in their yard at home. But these bird seed bags are really nice because they're mostly waterproof and they're really tough. So that's what we put our plaster bags into. So just in case it rains a little bit, the plaster bag won't get soaked full of water and won't wreck all the plaster. So that's one of Denver's field innovations, is using the bird seed bags as protective bags for the plaster.
2 to 3 months and dig.
Oh, holy cow. There's 3 pictures of me. I promise I didn't plan it this way. This is great. Shoot. Yeah. This is summer 2015. Also summer 2015. Yeah, I think these are all from summer 2015. In the Hell Creek.
Up new fossils.
Yeah.
To then come back here in the lab, we can clean them up under a better controlled environment, and then we are able to research them, write papers on them, and then eventually put them on display for everybody to enjoy.
And when you find these, are you looking in people's backyards, or where, how do you even know where to look?
So here at the museum, we actually have a really good working relationship with the Bureau of Land Management in Montana. And Bureau of Land Management manages public lands. Here at the Dickinson Museum Center, we really believe in supporting those public land digs. And doing so makes sure that everything is permitted, everything goes through the legal check marks and the hoops that we need to go through to legally dig up and collect these fossils. On the other hand, once we bring them back, we're also a federal repository, and we're actually really proud of that status. And what that means is that everything that we collect here at the museum stays in a public trust. So what that means is that you as a visitor, you own every single fossil in here just as much as we do. And we take this very seriously in terms of making sure that these fossils stay in the public realm, that we're able to do science and research on them and learn from them, rather than them disappearing into a private collection.
Yeah, there we go. So this is one thing that I think we'll be talking about a lot as we visit the museum and tour and interview people, is how important that public repository status is, how important it is that these fossils are publicly accessioned. They belong to we the people, Yeah.
It also means that if something were to ever happen to the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, all of our fossils would then automatically go to another federal repository, and those fossils should be protected for their entire life.
And then are you looking for specific rock formations, or are you just kind of...
Here, let me see if I can get Sweetie Pie pacified here. Sweetie Pie, she's like... Sweetie Pie's like, it's a nice stream you got there. It'd be a real shame if somebody went and sat in front of the camera all the time. If those 250 viewers, if they had their view obscured, by a big fluffy cat. I'm just saying, All right, sweetie pie. All right. This is a protection racket. It's time to pay sweetie pie. Huh. Yeah. Sweetie pie says, I love organized crime. Mm-mm. All right, donut, sweetie. Here you go. There you go. Oh, sweetie pie. You know, I really can't complain. This is not very much to pay in protection money. And, yeah, in return, she usually leaves immediately after that. And she does know that the chat adores her. It's true, Netflix. It's true. Yeah. Ooh. Some good crunch in there. You eat up those dental treats, huh? Yeah. There you go. And she's only slobbered a little bit on my desk. Look, there's one more. You need that piece? No, she left it last time too. That's the same piece that's been there. Sweetie pie. Anyhow, yeah. Is the cat cam ever at full batteries, says Racadactylus? The battery meter isn't actually real. In fact, I should probably get rid of it. It's kind of in the way. But yeah. And thank you for the clip, Claire Burr. What is this? It's a nice stream you got there. You know, it'd be a real shame if somebody went and sat in front of the camera all the time. If those 250 viewers, you know, if they had their view obscured, you know, by a big fluffy cat. I'm just saying, you know. Thanks for clipping that, Claire. I appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to this right here. Talking about the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. We'll be talking before we go, too. But I figure it's, you know, 2 weeks away. Let's talk about it now.
Walking down trails and seeing something.
Here we go.
For their entire life.
And then are you looking for specific rock formations, or are you just kind of walking down trails and seeing something stick out of somewhere? Or how does the discovery process?
Yeah, so discovery is really interesting. A lot of the people here at our museum have backgrounds in geology and paleontology, and so it's actually two-pronged. So we look in certain formations. So those formations that we primarily dig in would be the Judith River Formation, along with the Hell
These are also
Creek
off the website.
And so when you're thinking,
I took this picture of Denver, I think. Yeah, that's at the Count Tricula site right there. Yeah, so here's that Triceratops frill that I found. It's under a shade tarp that we put up for a few days as we were excavating.
of those formations, you're actually thinking of a lot of the really cool dinosaurs that most people typically think of, like Tyrannosaurs and Triceratops. And so when we're out looking, we're looking in those rock formations. We also use Google Earth because if technology is there, we're going to use it to its full advantage. We look for the outcrops, and then we go what we call prospecting. And prospecting is basically
this is wonderful because I get this question all the time, and I'm always kind of eager to see how, what sound bites do different paleontologists, different field people have for describing how this process works. How do we find fossils once we're out there in the field, you know? How do we do that?
And we go what we call prospecting. And prospecting is basically walking up and down the entirety of the exposed rock in the Badlands, really.
So there's Jack Wilson doing this right here, doing some prospecting.
Rough and rugged terrain. And we're looking for changes in those patterns of rocks. So typically you have those nice uniform striations, and we're just looking for something just a little bit off. And that clues us in that there may be something there.
And so we're actually in.
And Dinosaur Dave says Count Tricula. Is that named after the Muppet, the breakfast cereal, or the Marvel super? There's a Marvel supervillain named Count. Huh. I think I kind of named it after the cereal, Count Chocula, but it could also be Count Dracula. I was thinking of the breakfast cereal though when I came up with that name. For anybody uninitiated, do you have Count Chocula in Australia? Yeah. Count Chocula. There's a robust American tradition of producing breakfast cereals that they would almost be too sugary to be desserts. But yeah. Yeah, so very, very chocolatey. So chocolate flavored cereal with marshmallows. And I think one of the selling points of Count Chocula is that when you put milk into it, you let it sit for long enough and the milk turns into chocolate milk. Yeah. Anywho, we know this from TV shows. And there you go, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, well, I think it really was Count Chocula cereal that was my thought process when I came up with that name.
In the lab where you do your work. And so once those fossils get transported back here, what's the next process before they go on display?
Right, so once we get fossils back here, there's a few things that have to happen. And one of those things is we will either bring things back in Ziploc bags if they're smaller specimens, or what we call
Tyrannosaur
field jackets, which are big.
And there's Denver's blue truck. Yeah. He was so proud of this when he bought it. Holy cow. And me and my girlfriend at the time actually took Denver to go truck shopping. Yeah, because I had a car at the time and Denver didn't. So, yeah, he got this from a rancher in Montana. I think we were near Livingston. And he was just... Denver's from the UK. He was so excited to have an American pickup truck. Not one of these new ones, but like, you know, a more rugged, kind of older version. Something from like the late 90s, early 2000s. He always liked the idea of having like, you know, a genuine Ford pickup truck. And he got it. I think he still has it. We'll have to see.
Of fossils to protect them for their transport. Once they're back here, we kind of go through things, decide what's more important, what's not so important. Believe it or not, some fossils aren't as important as others. Yeah. We open up those field jackets and then we take our time and we use some things like acetone, sometimes just water and a toothbrush.
So yeah, here's Liz using an air scribe on the hadrosaur arm, like I was telling you about earlier. That's the one that we were digging up in the field.
And reversible glues. So when we talk about glues that we use here, we do use reversible things in case research ever needs to be done on those specimens in the future. And as we get them cleaned up, sometimes we find out really cool things about those fossils. I always say that these specimens tell us a story. Some have bite marks, some have claw marks. Some of our guys even have abscess teeth. So we can imagine, you know, how bad we feel with a toothache. I wouldn't imagine how angry that must make a tyrannosaur with an
yeah, it's like that old joke. What's worse than a giraffe with a sore throat? Maybe a tyrannosaur with a toothache. Oh boy.
So they tell us some really interesting stories.
Nice films. How you
but
doing?
once
Hello,
we get
hello.
things cleaned
Welcome.
up here, then it can be handed over to our researchers here, Dr. Denver and Liz Fowler, and they're able to write papers, they're able to name new species, and just this year alone we have had at least one new species, and we may have a couple more in the works.
Oh yeah.
One thing
They do have several more. Holy cow, some of these I know about and I'm very excited about. Rumor has it there's a new Hell Creek dinosaur, a new genus or species that they're going to be describing soon, which is really exciting. Really exciting.
love about this place is there's something for every age group. There's some really deep stuff, and then there's some stuff for kids to get their heads around. So,
And
observation, you couldn't see a thing. Conclusion, dinosaurs.
oh yeah, Raziel Ball, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Oh, good stuff.
what's the thought process that goes into that as you're creating the displays and stuff to make it friendly for every range of interest?
Yeah, so we really try and be a buffet experience, if you will, in a lot of ways. So
We'll see that when we
big part
when
of
we
our
do a tour
mission
of the
here at the
displays.
museum is public service and what can we give back. And we do that in a couple ways. We do that through education and outreach in terms of having school groups come in from the area. We also do it, thanks to COVID, in a lot of ways, through a lot of Zoom interactions with classrooms. And we've had classrooms as far away as Seattle and actually over into the UK who have tuned in to us, and we've come in after
Very
hours
cool.
to obviously take care of those UK classroom groups.
That's nuts. I've had to do live interviews in the UK, and it's usually like 2 or 3 in the morning. Oh boy. It's either a very late night or a very early morning, or sometimes both. Sometimes it's an all-nighter.
But to be able to give them
So that's
a
dedication,
taste of
you know?
paleontology and a taste
Respect.
of science and inquiry in what we do here. As far as our museum display goes, we really try and make sure that there is something for every single age group and every single interest as much as possible. We know that blended families are coming in here, multi-generational families are coming in to visit our museum, and so we want to make sure that we sort of have a little bit of something for everyone. We're really happy that our interactive displays are back, so whether that's our microscope or our interactive geological sandbox, where
So this is what I was telling you about earlier. That sandbox there was so cool.
So whether that's our microscope or our interactive geological sandbox where people can make floods and rivers and landslides and have all that sort of interaction, we really try and think about everybody when we think about how to create our gallery. And our gallery really has evolved over the last 5 years thanks to the work of Dr. Fowler here. I'm just proud to be an assistant in trying to help him bring those things to life for our community and people who travel through.
I'm sure there's a lot of permanent elements to it, but it seems like the kind of place that is changing. So if you've been here before, to me it seems like worth stopping in every pass through just to see what's new.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely. So that's one of the
So one of the really cool things about the Badlands Dinosaur Museum is that it's right there. There we go. It's right there in the heart of Dickinson, North Dakota. So there's the U.S. state of North Dakota. Here's the United States. Here's where I am, down here by San Francisco. But Dickinson, North Dakota, it's not a huge town by any stretch of the imagination. There's probably about 20,000 people who live there, maybe fewer. I don't know, you can look it up. But this is literally the heart of Dickinson right here. The museum is right there. So again, right in the middle of the town, just off the highway, is the Dickinson Museum Center and Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Right there. And so they should have, I don't think they have them yet, but they should just have billboards all over the place being like, stop here. You know, you're on one of the few major highways that run through the state of North Dakota. Everybody driving through should be able to stop and check this place out, especially if they've got kids with them. It's just, it's a really cool spot. It's a really cool spot. And yeah, how many people in Dickinson, North Dakota? Let's see here. Oh, 25,000 at the 2020 census. Good for them. The 7th most populous city in North Dakota. Well, well, well. Yeah.
Things that gets people back and builds a membership is not having a static gallery. You go to a lot of museums and everything is exactly the same. We're really lucky here in that we're always constantly, every summer, bringing back something new. So every time you come through, we hope there's something new on our desktop that you can ask us about here in the lab, or a new nugget of information. If you see us walking through a gallery, ask us a question and say, hey, I'm wondering if you can tell me more about this specimen, or where this was found, or how this was done.
And hang on, Kacklinsworth, it's extremely awkward, yes. No, urban planning in the United States is notoriously backwards. You know, government's just building highways directly through a downtown, so they have to demolish all of the historic buildings so they can build a freeway through it. You know, it's... Don't get me started. It's a whole thing. Nowadays, we're trying to be more conscientious about that, at least in some places. In some places, it's really bad. But, America, there you go, Deathsaurus, yeah. Anywho.
Walking through a gallery.
The nice thing is that, you know, here in Dickinson, the museum is right off the highway. So if anybody is driving through, they'll see it, you know, hopefully.
Or a new nugget of information. If you see us walking through a gallery, ask us a question and say, hey, I'm wondering if you can tell me more about this specimen, or where this was found, or how this was dug up. We love those types of questions when we go through, and we really want people to have an interactive experience and to see something new and learn something new with every pass through our building.
As you're touring the museum, you can actually see right into the lab and you guys working here. Do you feel like fish in a fishbowl, or are you excited that people are checking that out?
Yeah, in the paleontology world, we actually call the setup of our lab a fishbowl lab. So we certainly do feel like fishbowl, fish
in a good way.
There are times that we don't even notice the visitors because we're concentrating so hard on what we're doing. And other times we're waiting for something to dry. So we'll actually open up those windows, discuss what's on our table, and have that interaction with the public. That is part of what we do as our job here.
Yeah, it's very cool and very neat to see up close. I mean, you can get right up to next to these windows and really not look over your shoulder, but look right into your workspace and see what's going on. So that's fantastic. Well, the museum is fascinating, so thank you very much for this behind-the-scenes look and the tour. But you have something else that's really cool in the parking lot, and that is a couple EV charging stations. So let's go outside and check
So if
those.
you happen to have an electric vehicle, this is the place in Dickinson to recharge.
You guys have 2 level 2 chargers, and I'm just curious, did you put those in, or did you lobby to have them installed, and does anybody use them?
Yeah, so great question.
I don't remember those being there when I was there.
The idea of the chargers, contrary to popular belief, actually wasn't my idea. It was actually the idea of our paleontologist curator, Dr. Denver Fowler, who's here at our museum full time.
Well.
And Denver wanted to attract a new, different kind of crowd. He knew that electric cars are the way that things are moving, and what better way than to have people be able to park, charge for a couple hours, and have a reason to stay and not be rushed through the museum on their travels through.
Sure, I suppose it works both ways. You get some charge, but you also know I have the time to enjoy the museum.
Absolutely, yeah.
So how long have these been installed?
So my husband and I actually donated the charger itself. The install itself
cool.
was actually very generously donated by the Lignite Coal Council here in North Dakota that's based out of Bismarck. And so we actually...
Seems ironic, but...
Hey, we got to sell coal to somebody, right?
Yep.
And so we still do get a percentage of...
Yeah, so that's... Those of you from outside of the U.S., that might seem a little counterintuitive. But yeah, much of the... I'd say maybe the majority of our electric vehicles in the United States run on coal. if you trace back where that electricity came from, yeah.
Generated power here in North Dakota from coal. Thankfully, as you know, that's decreasing every year for the environment's sake. But yeah, they were generous enough to pay for the install.
Cool.
So the chargers have been up here for just over a year, and we thought it was really important because as much as Tesla has come through Dickinson and put in chargers across the I-94 corridor, we still didn't have any generics for people that wanted to travel through. And even our CVB office was getting to the point where they were fielding calls on where can I charge my Leaf coming through town? And the answer was, we don't know.
Yeah, now this is a perfect answer. And you
So if any of you happen to be driving an electric vehicle through North Dakota at any point, make sure you stop at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, charge up there, visit the museum. I'm going to be visiting the museum, not driving, but flying in at the end of this month. So again, on February 3rd and 4th, I fly in on January 31st. I'm working with Denver and Liz for a few days on some science, and then doing some museum streams on the 3rd and 4th of February. Very, very excited for you to be able to see this museum and just get excited about this program. Help understand and appreciate the cool work that they're doing. All of this awesome dinosaur science. And if you have the ability to contribute to the museum, you can get some really cool stuff doing that too. Like if you purchase something from their new online store, I'm going to be buying some stuff in person. I'm going to stock up on t-shirts while I'm there. But yeah, their online shop is now up and running. There's a link right there if you want to get some of these shirts before I buy them all. I'm not going to buy all of them. I'll get like 2 or 3. But yeah, super excited. This is new as of today. So before these go out of stock, which they probably will, scoop some up right now before they're gone. Decent prices on the shirts too. Yeah, $21.99. Not bad. And again, these are exclusive designs. So Daspletosaurus wilsoni, the only place in the world where you can see those fossils on display, are at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. This is a dinosaur exclusive to that museum, published in 2020. Really exciting thing about Daspletosaurus wilsoni is that it seems to be part of what we call an anagenetic lineage. Meaning that this is one lineage of dinosaurs that's evolving over time, and we can basically track them through geological time to see how they're changing. So you've got Daspletosaurus, is it Horneri at the bottom, wilsoni in the middle, and Taurosis at the top. These dinosaurs are evolving and changing. And we're starting to find enough fossils of them in stratigraphic sequence, so like we know exactly where they're from in the rock record, that we can essentially watch them evolve over time. Super cool stuff. Yeah. And published in 2022. That might be the case, Deathsaurus. It might have been published in 2022. I could be getting it mixed up with Trurarchungus. But there we go. Newly discovered Tyrannosaurus species fills gap in lineage leading to Tyrannosaurus rex. That is 2022. You are correct there, Deathsaurus. Yeah. Yeah. There's a link. Yeah. Very cool. Awesome stuff. Just really neat. And we'll be able to see this critter in person. See the holotype there. It's an open access paper in the journal PeerJ. There we go.
Access granted.
There's a link right there. Good stuff. So yeah, pretty darn cool. Oh, and there you go, Desaurus. Remember Denver talking about the find on stream during the first year of COVID? Oh, okay, nice. Denver streaming on Facebook was my first time watching a paleo stream. Very cool, Deathsaurus. Very, very cool. Well, I'm really excited to have him and Liz and hopefully Destiny Wolf and Steve Clausen and some other people on the stream at the very beginning of February. Very excited about that. Yeah. Neat stuff. And again, this supports the idea that Tyrannosaurus actually evolved from Daspletosaurus here in North America, rather than emigrating over from Asia, as has been suggested in the past. When I got these mixed up, okay, so Taurosis is at the bottom, Wilsoni in the middle, Horneri, the youngest, the most recent, at the top of our stratigraphic sequence here. So from 77 million years ago until 75 million years ago, over that 2 million year span, it seems like this is one lineage of tyrannosaurs that's evolving. Rather than it splitting into like cladogenetic events, like rather than species splitting into two, instead it's just one continuous population slowly evolving over time. That's the idea here. Really neat stuff. Really, really neat stuff. And Crimson Carnotaurus, how are you doing? Hello, hello. We're just talking about the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In Dickinson, North Dakota. And who I'm going to be visiting at the beginning of February. And shoot, there I am on the website. I forgot about this. They've got my picture all over this website. Good stuff here. Fieldwork. Was it this page? Yeah. There's me right there. There's me right there. I took this picture here. Yeah, that's wild. I forgot about that. Yeah, and there's me right here too. There's my leg, there's my boot. Anywho. They still consider you part of the team? I don't know. Or maybe they thought this guy looks like he fits the bill for a paleontologist. He looks particularly paleontologist-y. Let's use all those photos. I don't know. Anywho. Yeah. Good stuff. So, I don't know. I'm really excited to see this critter when we're there. And by the way, there's a new paper that just came out today talking about Daspletosaurus. And Rhacodactylus was kind enough to send me that paper, because I don't have access to the Journal of Cretaceous Research. Here that is right here. Oh, this is a pre-proof, I guess, not the actual full paper. Oh, Cretaceous Research. But paper by Charlie Roger Scherer from the Department of Earth Sciences at University College London, in the UK. Multiple lines of evidence support anagenesis in Daspletosaurus and cladogenesis in derived tyrannosaurians. That's interesting. This is going to be mostly a cladistics kind of paper. We talked all about cladistics last week. We talked about, generating a computerized family tree based on different characters that you code into a data matrix. Good stuff. Let's read the abstract real quick. Tyrannosaurines. This is the group of tyrannosaurs that includes T-Rex and, well, I guess, well, is this distinct from Albertosaurines? Is that what they mean here? All the guys closer to Tyrannosaurus than to Albertosaurus? Tyrannosaurines were the dominant predators of Laramidian ecosystems. Laramidia? What does that mean? I'll show you. This is back when North America was cut in two by a shallow inland sea like this. Picture like the Mediterranean, except it's in the middle of North America. Probably warmer, more tropical. Almost like the Caribbean. But, you know, running through Kansas and Nebraska and the Dakotas, Texas. Cutting North America in two. In the east, you have Appalachia. In the west, this subcontinent over here, we call this Laramidia. So basically, at this time, at the end of the Cretaceous, in Laramidia, Tyrannosaurines were dominant. That's the idea there. Tyrannosaurines were the dominant predators of Laramidian ecosystems during the late Cretaceous. An anagenetic hypothesis, anagenesis, is this idea that you've got one lineage evolving over time. Rather than splitting, generating new clades, as in cladogenesis, it's anagenesis. No new species generated, basically. It's just one population evolving over time. I guess at a certain point you can call it a different species if you want, but it becomes arbitrary, because there's no splitting event. That's anagenesis. This is kind of a controversial idea for dinosaurs, but multiple lines of evidence are starting to show it, which is exciting. An anagenetic hypothesis, anagenesis, for the evolution of derived tyrannosaurians in Laramidia has received considerable attention in recent years. That's due to Denver Fowler and colleagues. Although studies disagree on the degree of anagenetic and cladogenetic evolution during Tyrannosaurian evolution. These studies have relied on phylogenetic results of equal weights parsimony analysis and do not consider the impact of alternative phylogenetic methodologies. So, saying it might be a methods problem. If we try a different method, we might get a slightly different result. So it says here, I build on previous work by applying maximum likelihood Bayesian inference and extended implied weights parsimony analyses to competing datasets to show that both of these methods provide additional support for anagenetic evolution in Tyrannosaurians. Interesting. In species-level and specimen-level analyses, members of the Campanian taxon Daspletosaurus form a paraphyletic grade of Tyrannosaurians leading to Tyrannosaurini, so that implies that yes, they are an anagenetic lineage. However, Daspletosaurus is shown as a distinct lineage from Tyrannosaurini by using multiple lines of evidence, including the geochronology and biogeography of Tyrannosaurian specimens. Some of that geochronology might actually be incorrect. It'd be interesting to hear what Denver has to say about that. Fully resolved specimen-level topology allows for the application of species delimitation techniques and reveals potentially novel metaspecies of Daspletosaurus, although no new taxa are erected here as a conservative practice. So basically, there's enough differences between these different specimens of Daspletosaurus at different stratigraphic horizons, meaning like one of these Daspletosaurus specimens here is different enough from one that's 500,000 years later, which is different enough from one that's 500,000 years later, that you could maybe call those new chronospecies if you wanted to. They're evolving over time. They become different enough. You could almost give them different names if you really wanted to. That's what he's saying here. Although he's not going to do that just in the interest of trying to be conservative. Further detailed description of the specimens analyzed by this contribution and previous work may provide justification for establishing novel Daspletosaurus metaspecies. Ongoing work in refining phylogenies of tyrannosauroids will also aid in elucidating the true mode of evolution in Daspletosaurus. This study underscores the importance of accounting for homoplasy and specimen-level analyses by differentially weighting homoplastic characters. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Yeah. Really interesting. Yeah. And Deathsaurus says, why is this controversial in dinosaurs? I think Deathsaurus because... Well, we'll talk to Denver about that, because this is like a major soapbox that he has. This is something he's really passionate about. But to kind of quickly summarize, I think it's that when you've got a limited number of specimens from the fossil record, and there's not been a lot of field work, you haven't dug up a lot of these critters, you've got very limited information. If you find two different specimens and they look different from each other, the easiest, simplest assumption to make is like, I'm sure they're different species. There must have been a splitting event, cladogenesis occurred, you get two new species. But sometimes, when you start to find more and more and more specimens, and you're really careful to figure out where they come from in time so you can line them all up on a time chart, sometimes you start to see gradations. You get a smooth transition from one kind to another, about as smooth as you can get, if we're talking dinosaur specimens. And so it starts to look more like this. The reason why anagenesis is controversial is for most dinosaur groups, we don't have this many specimens. There's not enough individuals. So it just looks like, oh yeah, they must be different species. They must have split. We're just going to assume that. And there are a lot of paleontologists who are really anxious about saying this, that you could ever demonstrate anagenesis in the fossil record. And they make some interesting points, I think, but at the same time, well, part of it also goes back to punctuated equilibrium and this idea that you only have evolution occurring at speciation events, which I think is completely wrong. But there's a kind of a shocking number of vertebrate paleontologists who seem to think that. This is something that I hope we could talk about in depth with Denver Fowler at the beginning of February. Yeah. Anywho. And Dr. Irrefutable says, is Laramidia derived from the same root as Laramie, Wyoming? Yes and no, Dr. Irrefutable. It's named after Laramie, I think. Most geological terms like that, geological place names and names for time periods and stuff, they're often named after places. They're almost always named after places. And I think Laramidia is named after Laramie, Wyoming. Here. Laramidia is named after the Laramide orogeny, which I'm pretty sure is named after Laramie, Wyoming. Yeah, the phenomenon is named for the Laramie Mountains of eastern Wyoming, which are named for probably a person, I would guess. Geography. Okay, the mountains. The Laramidia is named after the Laramide orogeny, which is named after the Laramie mountain range, which is named after the Laramie River, which is named for Jacques Laramie, a fur trapper who visited the area in the early 19th century. Laramie County, Wyoming, the city of Laramie, and other geographical entities in the region have Laramie in their names. So this guy, Jacques Laramie, has an entire late Cretaceous subcontinent named after him. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And there were so many different ways to spell its name. Anyway, I just learned that. That's pretty cool. Thanks for asking, Dr. Irrefutable. Fur trappers have all the luck, says Jody Fish. Not always, Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes fur trappers don't have all the luck, you know? Yeah. Great movie if you get a chance to watch it. Off the wall, bonkers. Probably a bit more whimsical than, you know, real life fur trapping adventures. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, Pego Mastag. Remind me in a minute, Hugan. We'll see if we can get to that. Yeah. Yeah. And Live Cam Travel says, do you think there are still undiscovered dinosaur species? 1,000,000% yes. The majority of dinosaur species are still undiscovered. There are currently... eight different dinosaur species that I'm currently involved with that are not published yet. So hopefully in the next couple... No, hang on. No, make that like 11. There's at least 11 different dinosaur species that I'm involved with that are hopefully going to be published in the next few years. So many new dinosaurs. Just this past year, we had over 40 new dinosaur genera or species published just in the year 2024. So many. So absolutely, Live Cam Travel. There are hundreds and hundreds of new dinosaur species that probably will be published in the next few decades. There's probably thousands out there still yet to be found. So yeah, we're just kind of starting out, in a sense. Especially as we find new unexplored geological formations, places where nobody's really looked for dinosaurs before. We just had a new one the other day. There we go. Avetum, from the Popoegi Formation of Wyoming.
Tradoom.
Avetum banduevece, a new kind of very early dinosaur from the Triassic of Wyoming. This is from a geological formation. I don't think there's been a single dinosaur named from this time and place yet. So if we keep looking in the same rocks, more dinosaurs are going to turn up, probably. Which is exciting. So yeah. Just scratching the surface. There you go, Ms. Rules. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Really exciting. Really exciting. Anyway, I'm excited to read this paper front to back too, because this is going to provide a lot of fodder for discussion with Denver about dinosaur evolution. When I was a kid, nobody was really talking about dinosaur anagenesis. Not really. This idea that we'll start to get enough fossils that you can kind of watch dinosaur lineages evolve over time from one species into the next. It's really kind of a smooth transition. You know, so like drawing a line right here and saying, oh, at this particular generation, it has now become a new species. The more specimens you get, the hazier it looks. You just see a smooth gradation like this. We're starting to get enough, in some places, we're starting to get enough specimens that you can basically point to a smooth transition like that, and that's really exciting. There's so many things that have to go right before you can do that. You've got to have crews out looking in the right places. They've got to find fossils, dig them up, clean them, study them, put them in their stratigraphic context, and then interpret it correctly so that you can see what's really going on. And there's just a few crews nowadays who are starting to do this. And also, we are, in a sense, standing on the shoulders of giants. It's all of this work that's been done by previous generations of paleontologists that have built the framework that we can start to fill in those gaps and start to figure this stuff out. That wasn't possible before because we just didn't have enough specimens. But now, in a few key places, we're starting to have enough specimens to be able to do this. And that's very exciting. Very exciting. Anyhow, yeah. Yeah, and LifeCam Travel says, why were the dinosaurs so huge and today's animal species are much smaller? Oh boy, there's a few different ways I could answer that. First of all, not all dinosaurs were huge. A lot of them weren't. Yeah, like this dinosaur that was just described, Avetum, is about the size of a big turkey, maybe? This is one of the earliest, it's the earliest dinosaur from North America we have, from way back in the Triassic period. It's the first dinosaur that we have from North America, the earliest in time. Dinosaurs didn't start off big, but some of them...
Dinosaurs are the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
That's true. Thank you for the follow, Gian Marie Andrea. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, after a while, dinosaurs would grow to be truly enormous. You know, like absolutely gargantuan. The biggest animals to ever walk the earth. For the sauropods, these long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs in particular, the reasons why they got big are... There's a lot of different reasons. Part of it is their hollow bones, their bird-like respiratory systems that allow them not just to get enough oxygen, but also allow them to lighten their skeletons and their bodies so they could grow super enormous without being too heavy. Their really efficient digestive systems, their elevated metabolisms, their quick growth, and the fact that they had very small babies also allowed them to get super, super large. Those long necks allowed them to feed very efficiently. They could just stand in one place and feed in a really wide arc by swinging that neck around. So basically you could eat a whole buffet without having to take a single step, you know? Stuff like that.
Melbourne gifted a tier 1 sub to LifeCam Travel.
Thank you, Mark Melbourne. I appreciate it. So yeah, a lot of dinosaurs were just supremely well adapted for really large size. They could grow absolutely enormous, and that was a big advantage to them. So there was an evolutionary pressure for them to get bigger and bigger. They're very good at being very big. That being said, the reason why a lot of, well, the reason why it seems like animals today are not very large is because many of the really big critters that should still be here went extinct very recently. So think about this, for instance. Here in North America, where I'm streaming to you from, up until just a few thousand years ago, like when people were already here in North America at the time, they'd already walked across the land bridge from Asia, and the first people are already here, and they would have encountered Columbian mammoths, giant camels, huge bison and dire wolves, and American lions that are like twice the size of an African lion today. Big old ground sloths and saber-toothed cats. These guys should still be here. They lived alongside bobcats and foxes and crows and sparrows and all these other animals that we still have today, you know? But the biggest guys are all the guys who went extinct, and that might be in large part due to human hunting. When humans show up, these guys disappear not too long afterward. Human hunting, human changes to the ecosystems, the introduction of fire, burning these animals' habitats in order to make it more suitable for human habitation. There were a bunch of big animals here very, very recently, and it might be because of us that they're gone now. And this didn't just happen in North America. It happened in Australia. There used to be giant wombats and huge monitor lizards, marsupial lions and giant flightless birds and big carnivorous kangaroos and things like that, all marching around doing their thing in Australia until, again, not too long ago. In the case of these guys, it might be something like 30,000 years ago, give or take. Yeah. You know, you had kangaroos taller than a person. You had wombats the size of a bear. It's the same for Europe. It's the same for Asia. It's the same for South America. Big, big, big animals. When people show up, before too long, all those big animals are gone. Africa seems to be... Africa and parts of India and areas like that seem to be the exceptions to this, and it might be because we evolved in Africa. And so those animals kind of had the opportunity to learn, like, oh shoot, people, they're dangerous. They evolved ways of surviving around people, not being hunted into extinction, that kind of thing. They kind of evolved alongside us. They knew that we were dangerous. Whereas critters on other continents, when humans spread out across the globe, it was like blitzkrieg, you know? They had no chance to adapt. They were just killed off too fast, had their ecosystems changed too quickly. It's almost like the critters in Africa, the megafauna there. Elephants, rhinos, hippopotamus, lions, giraffes. They kind of had time to get used to us. Whereas critters on other continents didn't. We were just too fast. So anyway, that's an idea. It's called the blitzkrieg hypothesis sometimes, or the overkill hypothesis. Pleistocene extinctions. You can read more about that here if you'd like to. This was around the end of the last ice age that a bunch of these critters died out, like your Mammuthus primigenius, your woolly mammoths. These animals may have already been heavily stressed by a changing climate, and then people show up, partly as a result of that changing climate. It's like, once the area warms up, people can move in, and these animals are already stressed because the climate is changing, then people show up and it's just game over for them, you know? Could be a 1-2 punch like that. So, yeah. The majority of the world's megafauna, typically defined as animal species having body masses over 44 kilos or 97 pounds, which resulted in collapse in faunal diversity across the globe. This was devastating, you know? And again, super recent. Just to put this into perspective, when we're thinking about the history of life on Earth, you know, we've got 500 plus million years of like big multicellular creatures doing their thing. Dinosaurs first evolved here about 240 million years ago in the Triassic period. They go extinct, except for some birds, at the end of the Cretaceous 66 million years ago. Then you've got the Age of Mammals, the Cenozoic right here. The Pleistocene extinctions are at the end of this. They're basically like within those black pixels at the very top of this. It's so recent. So recent. That, like, for crying out loud, there were people around back then. People may have actually caused that extinction. Geologically speaking, it might as well be last Thursday. It was so recently. Does that make sense? So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And LiveCam Travel says man simply eradicated the species of animals that could be dangerous to him, or because they provided large quantities of meat. It's part of it. Part of it is also probably just changing the landscapes. Starting fires in areas to, you know, to suit people's needs or preferences. And also, sometimes if you take out one big species at the top, everything else kind of collapses around it. If you take out what we call a keystone species, one of these creatures it's like a cornerstone of the ecosystem, you know? Think about like elephants, for instance. Elephants are sometimes what we call ecosystem engineers. They do a lot of different things that create habitat for other animals. So elephants will knock over trees in order to create more grazing land for other animals. This keeps the forest back and, you know, creates these big grasslands that lots of other animals live on. Elephants will dig for water in certain places, which allows other animals to survive. If you're a huge elephant and you remember where water is, because remember, an elephant never forgets, like, there's some basis in fact there. These animals are very long-lived, they're very intelligent, they remember where they found water in previous years during a drought, and so they might use their tusks and their feet to, you know, scoop out a bunch of earth so that water can come up to the surface, and then they create a watering hole for other animals to hang out in. Elephants spread a ton of seeds through their dung. They do so much in order to create habitat for other animals. Mammoths would have done the same thing. And if you, as like a Pleistocene human, are eliminating mammoths from a certain part of the ecosystem by hunting them or driving them away, that whole ecosystem might just collapse like that. All of the other big animals that kind of rely on elephants to help engineer this ecosystem, they don't have a place to live, you know? So yeah. It's, yeah, and too many trees equals more fires. That's true in a lot of cases too, DNH, yeah. If you don't have elephants there to, you know, to uproot trees, then you can have an overgrowth of trees. And then during a drought, those trees dry out, there's a massive fire, then everything's gone, you know? Yeah. And Karis says, is there a reason why elephants like to uproot trees? Yeah, I mean, sometimes they're trying to strip them of their bark because they're eating the bark. I think sometimes they'll also eat the roots. But I think also instinctually elephants know that if they're clearing trees, they're creating more habitat for themselves. And other animals benefit from that too. It's just like a bonus. I don't know if the elephants really care about the other animals, but they're helping them by uprooting trees. Yeah, also elephants typically don't like to walk around in areas that are too densely packed with trees, and so they just kind of try and do some gardening, you know? They prefer more open environments for the most part. I know there are certain species of elephant, African bush elephants, that sometimes they hang out more in forests more, but African forest elephant? Forest elephant. But yeah. So anyway, yeah. This is one of those things that's really important to understand, this idea of keystone species like this. Pull up a video here and let's talk about that. Here. Lovely video from HHMI. They always do really good work. Let's take a look. Yeah.
From jungle to desert, from forest to plain, From mountaintops to the seashore, the Earth is home to many habitats.
Be right back.
And every habitat contains a community of plants and animals. Each community is populated by different species, and each species is present in different numbers.
So what determines how many species live in a given place? Or how large each population can grow?
These are good questions. These are questions at the heart of ecology.
The answers to such basic questions about how nature works eluded biologists for a long time, until on this rocky Pacific shore in 1963, young zoology professor Robert Payne pried a purple starfish off the rocks and threw it out into the bay. And so began one of the most important experiments in the history of ecology.
So what brought Robert Payne to this rugged coast? And why was he hurling starfish? The answer takes us back a few years to a classroom at the University of Michigan.
Oh yeah. Any Michiganders here in the chat? I think we've got some. Yeah.
Day, the old zoology building at Ann Arbor had a courtyard, and in that courtyard there was a tree which was beginning to bud out.
Professor Fred Smith asked his students a seemingly simple question.
And he said, "Class, I want you to think about this. Why is that tree green?" And someone said,
"Chlorophyll."
Fred said, "What keeps the leaves there?"
Although technically chlorophyll is what makes trees green, Fred Smith was asking a bigger question. He was thinking about food chains.
You obviously had producers. They are the energy suppliers to whatever lives off of them. Then you have consumers on top of that, and we know them as herbivores.
The popular idea at the time was that the number of producers limits the number of herbivores. In turn, the number of herbivores limits the number of predators that feed on them.
So this is simple. You've probably seen a diagram like this before, you know, kind of like a food chain like this, you know? And Michiganders, is that the term? It is, yeah. That's the demonym for people from Michigan, is Michiganders. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus, yes, I might show that clip in a little bit too. And you're basically a Yooper. Oh, yonder, hey. Car says, say ya to the UP, eh? That's pretty cool. You're basically, so do you live in northern Wisconsin? Yeah, northern Wisconsin. Oh, upper Michigan. Oh, well, no, I know. Jazzy Cat, I understand that the UP is the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, but to say that you're basically a Yooper might mean that you live in the northernmost part of Wisconsin. You know, that's... There. There's Wisconsin right there. The Michigan Upper Peninsula is just above it. So yeah. Further north. Okay, cool. Or on Mackinac Island, yeah. Damn one, could be. Anyway, I'm not here to dox anybody. Yeah. Yeah. The food chain. So some of you are kind of familiar with this idea, you know? Yeah.
Jimmy?
Mr. McClure, I have a crazy friend who says it's wrong to eat meat. Is he crazy?
No, just ignorant. You see, your crazy friend never heard of the food chain.
I do know a lot of people who really think like that. Oh.
Just ask this scientist.
Whoop. Wrong button.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature, one creature invariably eats another to survive. Don't kid yourself, Jimmy. If a cow ever got the chance, he'd eat you and everyone you care about.
Wow, Mr. McClure, I was a grade A moron to ever question eating meat.
Yes, you were, Jimmy. Yes, you were.
You're hurting me.
Anyway, nowadays we've got a more sophisticated understanding of the food chain, more sophisticated even than just this right here. This is kind of the foundation of, one of the foundations of modern ecology described in this video, so yeah.
Every level was regulated by the amount of food from the bottom of the food chain going up.
So this is kind of a simple understanding.
Why herbivore populations don't simply grow to the point where they eat all of the leaves on the tree.
Yeah.
Professor Smith had discussed this conundrum with two colleagues, Nelson Hairston and Lawrence Slobodkin. They proposed a new idea. The number of herbivores must be controlled not only from the bottom up, but also from the top down.
The herbivores had the capacity of destroying the plant community. Trees could be defoliated. But why weren't they defoliated? And the answer was because there weren't enough insects around to do that, and that was the role of predators.
The world is green because predators keep herbivores in check. This was a radical concept that became known as the Green World Hypothesis. Up until that time, no one thought predators had any role in regulating ecosystems.
Which is nuts to think about, you know? This idea that people just thought, oh yeah, predators, they're the bad guys. They don't actually, like, serve any purpose in an ecosystem. You can just get rid of them, you know? A wildly ignorant line of thinking, but that was what people assumed at the time, Claire, you know? Yeah. And Racodactylus says, and now wolf-sheep models are commonly taught in introductory courses on doing agent-based models on naturalistic systems. I'm not sure I understand, Rago. Interesting.
This class was the first public vetting of the Green World Hypothesis.
And one of Smith's students, Robert Payne, would be the one to put this idea to the test. A few years later, as a new professor at the University of Washington, Payne went looking for a system where he could study the role of predators.
I discovered the Pacific Ocean, and this magnificent array which lives along its margins. There it was, spread out in front of me. It was nirvana.
He began by identifying all the organisms, and then he started mapping out who eats whom.
Washington, yeah, Petrodactylus.
Gastropods feeding on barnacles. There were sea urchins
multiple
feeding
good states
on algae.
in this video.
There was a lot of pattern.
And Steely Dan, yes, absolutely, yeah. That's a famous example of the reintroduction of wolves to Yellowstone having an effect on the structure of the waterways, stabilizing rivers and stuff. It's really cool. We'll maybe get into that later if
His
we've got time.
observation showed that a species of large purple and orange starfish called Pisaster ocratius was at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, starfish are sea stars, as I like to call them.
Starfish may seem like unlikely predators.
Oh man,
but
they're
speed
vicious.
time up a bit, and you'll see deadly hunters.
Yep.
if a starfish is feeding, you turn over.
Oh, gotcha, Rhacodactylus. Okay, I wasn't familiar with those terms. It almost sounded from your tone too, like you were bemoaning that this was still a thing that was being taught or something. I wasn't quite picking up what you were putting up.
Over, and you see what the starfish is eating. They're eating mussels. They're eating a lot of other things as well, but they're eating mussels.
So Payne asked, what happens
gotcha, Rico. Okay,
when you
cool.
remove the
Cool,
predator
cool.
starfish from a single outcrop?
You have to surprise them because the starfish
surprise them in the dark of night with a crowbar. I love the reenactment.
clamps down. It takes a strong wrist and a pry bar. I would then scale them as far as I could, and in those days I could throw a starfish 60 or 70 feet out into deeper water. There were always starfish marching in, so
there you go, Morgan Freeman with the crowbar. Yeah.
Drive the 350 miles round trip, hit the area at low tide, do my removals, take other data, and then return to Seattle.
The ecosystem started to change rapidly.
Within a year and a half, I knew that I hit ecological goal.
Although the top predator had been removed, surprisingly, the number of species in the rock actually decreased from 15 to 8.
Which is wild. You would think, maybe, you would just kind of assume that, like, oh yeah, if you remove the predators from an ecosystem, there's going to be a lot more prey, because who's there to eat them, right? Maybe they'd even diversify, too. There'd be more species there hanging out, because the predators are gone. It's a party, right? No. No.
Although the top predator had been removed, surprisingly, the number of species in the rock actually decreased from 15 to 8.
Yeah.
After 3 years, it went down to 7, but then by another 7 years, it had simplified itself till it was basically a monoculture.
Like one species.
I changed the nature of the system.
As the experiment continued, the line of mussels advanced down the rock face, monopolizing almost all of the available space and pushing all other species out. Payne had discovered that one predator could regulate the composition of an entire community.
There you go. It's a keystone species. It's one of these really important species that kind of helps this biodiversity exist, you know? How many sea stars did he throw? Asked Claire Burr. 4. No, it must have been tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of sea stars. It must have been so many over years and years, you know? Yeah.
He coined a term to describe the power a single species can exert on an ecosystem.
The system is that fragile. Thankfully,
I
it's
know
not.
very little about architecture, but if you build an arch, you have to get the two sides of it to put pressure against one another, and therefore, at the apex of the arch, you have a keystone. You pull the keystone
Pull it out, and it's Jenga.
The structure collapses.
Many predators, like Pyzaster starfish, turn out to be keystone species.
These keystone species have a huge impact which extends well beyond to the species they primarily prey on.
Most species do not have large impact.
So no Pyzaster means disaster, says Lukai. See, this is true, Lukai. Keen observations. Yeah, this is a chitin right here. I know these guys.
In other experiments, Payne had removed various species, but that had little or no effect on the ecosystem as a whole.
So some of them hold a key role.
Equal, but some animals are more equal than others. And that expresses the fact that all species don't have the same impact on the system they're in.
Yeah, true.
It takes experiments.
So it very well could be that mammoths were a keystone species here in North America, and then you drive them out of certain areas, and everything else falls apart. You know?
Experiments to tease that out, and that's often not easily done.
Rhacodactylus says, think about how many keystone species we may have left to recognize because we don't study all species equally. Yeah. Preferences for mammals, for example, may be distorting our understanding of ecology. Sure. Yeah, for certain. And Plane Shifter In says, but what's to say they're not all keystone species? Well, that's the thing, is that he didn't find that. Again.
Most species do not have large impacts.
Yep.
In other experiments, Payne had removed various species, but that had little or no effect on the ecosystem as a whole.
So sometimes, you know, if you take out a nudibranch right here, or an anemone, or a chitin or something, it's not going to have that same kind of effect. Experimentally, it didn't have that same kind of effect, you know? You could assume that, like, oh, well, all the species are equally important, and that turns out not to be the case. There are some that actually hold large sway over that ecosystem. They actually have, like, a big, big, big impact. Whatever they do, whether they're creating a key part of habitat, or whether they're predating on certain species and keeping any other species from becoming dominant or something like that. Sometimes there's one or two species that are just super, super important, and if you remove them, the whole thing collapses. Whereas if you were to remove another species, nothing might happen. You know? Does that make sense?
Experiments.
Yeah.
And the concept of keystone species sent ripples.
And there you go, Rigodactylus, yeah.
And turned thinking about the regulation of communities upside down.
The cutter system simplifies itself. This is an ecological concept, which is general and global.
Yep.
As Payne continued his studies a little further from shore, he noticed
I wouldn't call them unimportant animals, Claire, but they're less impactful, you know? There's certain species in an ecosystem that are just kind of along for the ride. And they can show up or they can leave, and nobody really notices too much. But there's certain species where it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's not wise to make this a human thing, but I don't know. Have you ever lived in a neighborhood maybe where, like, there's one person who lives on your block and everybody knows her, and she kind of like defines who the neighborhood is? It's like, oh yeah, that's we'll call her Big Gertrude or something. And it's like everybody knows Big Gertrude. And she knows everybody in the neighborhood. Everybody goes to her for advice. If your kid is sick, you know, she'll come bring you a casserole or whatever. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about, right? And if she got priced out of the neighborhood and had to move away, or she got eaten by a tiger or something, then, like, everybody would be so much more upset than, you know, if, you know, one person moved into the neighborhood and then they got a new job and moved to a different neighborhood and, like, nobody really got to know them in the meantime. Like, I don't know. This analogy is falling apart. But you know what I mean, right? Yeah. Yeah. We've got one of those on my street. She rocks, says Lenina. See, Lenina knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh, and I get you saying, Claire. Okay, I got you. The elder shaman of the tribe, says Misanthrope. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Gertrude throws the best seed-saving workshops at the local library. I want to be more like her and less like me. What do you mean less like you, Lilith Hobo? If you're like her, then you're also like you, though. I don't know. Don't put yourself down like that. Yeah. And XVR says it's more about how many other species in the immediate vicinity that species impacts. Yes, that's a really important point there, XVR. Thank you for making it. It is very much about, you know, what is the impact that species has on everybody else? How much do they interact with other species? Because, you know, Big Gertrude, she interacts with everybody. She knows everybody and everybody knows her. As opposed to, as opposed to Tim, who, lives in the apartment next door and he works from home and never really comes out and says hello to anybody, does Tim have inherent value as a human being? Certainly. But he doesn't interact with people as much as Big Gertrude does. Does that make sense? Let's continue.
Another striking pattern.
There were a lot of tide pools, and some of the tide pools dominated by urchins, some weren't.
In the tide pools with lots of urchins, there was much less kelp.
Watch this signal.
Payne suspected the urchins...
And Anakin Gabriel, why do I suddenly feel... You're not Anakin Gabriel. No, not at all.
were keeping the kelp from growing.
And I said to myself...
Oh, here, let's go back a little bit, because I'm talking over this.
...of communities upside down.
Remove the predator, system simplifies itself.
And Ms. Capri-Kell says, in the case of the mussels taking over the space, some of the smaller species that fight for similar food had to move out because mussels are aggressive growers. Sea stars kept them in check. Exactly. Just like how Big Gertrude in the neighborhood, she would keep the commercial developers out of the neighborhood and would keep them from buying up all of the apartments and then renting them out at you know, increased prices. So if Big Gertrude is gone, if the big developers happen to unleash a tiger in the neighborhood and it gets Big Gertrude, then they can buy up all of the apartments and start charging too much money for them, and then everyone else has to move out. See? Claire says, this analogy is awesome. See, there you go. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. What were Big Gertrude's parents like? She never met them. Dusty Pants. Yeah. She never knew her parents, which makes her all the more remarkable, you know? Yeah. The story of the movie A Wonderful Life, says Marielle. There you go, yeah. It's, what's his name? George... I'm going to say George Shaw, and that's definitely not right. George Bailey, thank you, Marielle, yeah. Yeah. So it would be like George Bailey versus Uncle Billy. Yeah. Yeah. It's a wonderful Gertrude.
This is Peter Rosenthal, head film critic for The Onion. In today's Cinema Classic segment, I'm going to be looking at Frank Capra's beloved 1946 film, It's a Wonderful Life. A Christmas classic about a selfless and kind-hearted man who learns a remarkable lesson about the positive impact his life has had on those around him. This man also has an Uncle Billy, a pathetic moron who at one point in the movie manages to lose $8,000 in cash, while on a routine visit to the bank. He is given just one important thing to do in the entire film, and he essentially throws away $8 grand and destroys his nephew's livelihood. So...
You can see where this review is going. Classic. The critic spends the rest of that video just laying into Uncle Billy. And there's some foul language, so yeah, I can't really show the rest of it, but it's pretty funny. Anywho, but yeah. And Lady Fiend, yeah, so starfish do creep me out a little bit too. They are just kind of weird, and their mouths are strange, but you know, they're small enough where they're not going to hurt you. And they typically move too slow. But yeah. And Lenina says, this analogy is hilarious as someone close to me is named Tim. What's funny is he's more of a Big Gertrude. You should tell him that. He'd probably appreciate it. Just don't tell him any of the context so that he's really confused, though. Let's continue.
This is an ecological concept, which is general and global.
As Payne continued his studies a little further from shore, he noticed another striking pattern.
there were a lot of tide pools.
And this is what you study, gay hibiscus? Very, very cool. Keystone species?
And
ecology?
Some of the tide pools were dominated by urchins, some weren't.
In the tide pools with lots of urchins, there was much less kelp. Payne suspected the urchins were keeping the kelp from growing.
And I said to myself, that's my next round of experiments.
Payne removed all the urchins by hand from some pools and left nearby pools untouched. Again, the results were dramatic. In the pools where he removed urchins, the kelp started growing almost immediately.
Urchins control the kelp. Therefore, this is a total violation of the green world hypothesis.
The urchins in Payne's pools were eating all of the kelp. So why was nothing regulating the urchin populations?
And what's kind of wild, too, is that, like, a single urchin can eliminate, like, a, 30-meter tall kelp organism right there. Because they just, scuttle along the bottom, and then they eat the roots. And then this huge protist just floats away and rots. Because it's no longer anchored to the bottom. It might survive for a while. They are photosynthetic, but... Yeah, anyway. Yeah, and there you go, Mary. Here, you're spoiler there, but yeah, you're right on the money, Mary.
The urchins in Payne's pools were eating all of the kelp. So why was nothing regulating the urchin populations?
Yeah, what's going on?
The answer would come from a fortuitous meeting on a remote island in Alaska's Aleutian Island chain.
Oh, I've been there. Not
there,
here.
Payne would cross paths with another scientist. In 1971, James Estes was an ambitious young graduate student.
At the time that Bob and I met, I was just beginning to try to think my way through what it was I was going to do.
We met in a bar after a movie. I was interested in sea urchins, and Jim, I think, was doing a study on sea otter physiology.
Just love otters.
I was explaining to him what it was that I was thinking of trying to do, which was somehow understand how an ecosystem
Such
like
goofy animals.
the one at Amchitka Island could support such a high abundance of predators and do that through an understanding of production and the efficiency of energy and material flow upward through the food web. And Bob's explicit or implicit reaction to that was, that's just not very interesting. And have you ever thought about what these animals might be doing to the system?
Payne realized if Estes focused on what sea otters were doing from the top down, rather than the kelp from the bottom up, he might discover the role otters play in the organization of nature.
And so I thought, why not? Let's go out and have a look.
Payne was suggesting an approach similar to his starfish throwing experiment. Remove otters from the ecosystem and test the impact that had on other species.
Oh boy.
And I don't think at that time that Bob had any perception of how that might be done, but I did because I knew quite a bit about the history of the otters. They were abundant across the North Pacific, and then the Pacific Maritime Fur Trade began in 1741.
Yep,
and over
again, fur trappers, like we were talking about, or not trappers, just shooters, otter shooters. Yeah.
For 150 years, otters were hunted to the brink of extinction.
Yep. There used to be otters all over the place, sea otters here in San Francisco Bay. And then I think during the gold rush, they're just wiped out. There used to be sea otters all up and down the California coast, and now they only exist in a few pockets, like Monterey Bay or near Avila Beach, places like that. I've been lucky enough to be able to see some on some trips over the last few years, which is really cool. October 2022, does that seem right? Yes. There we go. Yeah. Well, here's sea lions and cormorants. there we go. There's some kelp, and there's some sea otters. Right there. I got to see from a safe legal distance. According to the Marine Mammal Protection Act, I don't think you can get your vessel to within 50 feet of a marine mammal legally. So that's why this is like zoomed in to the upper limits of my camera. But yeah, really, really cool. We do have a lot of sea otters in California, but they tend to only be in certain pockets where they've not been overhunted. And they're slowly starting to increase their numbers and spread out over wider areas, but it's not happening as quickly as we would like to see. Anyway, yeah.
In 1911 or 1912, further take was prohibited, and a few of those colonies survived and served as the seed for the recovery of the species.
But the sea otter recovery was spotty.
They had completely recovered from the fur trade at a number of island systems across the Aleutian Archipelago, of which Amchitka is a part. There were other island systems where they had not yet recovered.
The experiment was simple. Compare ecosystems with otters to those without.
Yep.
He began with his home island of Amchitka.
I knew a lot about what Amchitka looked like. I knew that sea urchins were common but very small.
The next step was to arrange for a dive at nearby Shemya Island, a location with no otters.
The most dramatic moment of learning in my life happened in less than a second. And that was sticking my head in the water at Shemya Island. It was just green with urchins and no kelp. And it all sort of fell into place in just an instant. That the loss of otters from that system had completely reorganized that system, from which kelps had probably been very abundant before the loss of otters, to one in which the sea urchins now had become abundant in the absence of the otters and had eaten all the kelps.
So kelp is one of these things too that, you know, a kelp forest is like an underwater forest where instead of trees, there's kelp. And there's so many different species that rely on that for habitat. It would be like, you know, removing the kelp from an ecosystem like this would be like going into a forest and removing all of the trees. It's like you're going to lose most of the species that live there. Every animal that makes its home in the forest isn't going to be able to survive there if there's no trees anymore. Likewise with removing kelp from a kelp forest.
It was a striking demonstration of the green world hypothesis. Sea otters, the predators, were controlling the urchins that fed on the kelp. Remove the sea otters, and the kelp forests disappear. Payne called these cascading effects of one species downward upon others trophic cascades.
Trophic cascade is when you have an apex predator controlling the distribution of resources, and they lead to these cascades of indirect effects. Lots and lots of indirect effects. You have fewer sea otters, you have more sea urchins, you have fewer kelp.
I expect every coastal species is probably impacted in one way or another by the presence or absence of kelp. Kelp forest fishes.
So, death sources, how are the urchins able to survive though? They eat all kinds of different stuff. And when they're eating kelp, they only eat a little bit at the base of the kelp organism. I want to say plant, but they're not actually plants. As I understand it, they're protists or something close to that. They're not plants. But anyway, they just eat a little bit of the base, and then that severs the kelp, and the kelp just goes and floats away after that. So it's not like they're eating the entire thing even. They just eat a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They eat a little bit of the kelp, then the kelp is gone. Does that make sense?
Just depend a lot on kelp. There are birds that feed in the kelp forest. There are invertebrates that feed in the kelp forest. Virtually everything that lives in the coastal zone depends upon that system in some way.
Yeah.
So sea otters are another keystone species. They regulate the structure of this coastal marine community.
The results are unambiguous. Sea otters drive this system from the top down. the message is clear, and it's been enormously important in how ecologists tend to view the world.
Estes returned regularly to Alaska to study otters. Some 20 years later, he noticed something strange was happening.
We were capturing otters, having a devil of a time catching enough, and that was peculiar because I'd never had trouble catching otters.
Otter populations seemed to be declining. He tried to think of every possible explanation.
And we essentially lined up all of the hypotheses that we could think of that could be causing this population decline.
What do you think it was, chap? What do you think was causing this decline in otter populations? Got some good guesses here. Let's see. Wasn't a giant meteorite. True, Lukai. Correct.
Hypotheses that we could think of that could be causing this population decline.
He ruled out starvation. He ruled out disease. And then a third hypothesis emerged.
Tim Tinker, who is a technician, called me one day in the winter and said, I'm starting to wonder if it might be killer whales. And I said, you're crazy. This just couldn't happen. They don't eat otters. And he said, yes, they do. I've seen them eat a couple.
But how could he test it? Once again, nature provided an ideal site.
We went into a place called Clam Lagoon. It provided us a site that orcas could not get to. We had no problem catching about 30 animals in 2 or 3 days. And the fact that that little population did not decline when everything else did that orcas had access to helped me become convinced that it was a viable hypothesis.
Now, you might be ready to heap scorn upon these whales and say, it's you're doing this, but again, this is a knock-on effect. If I remember correctly, it was overfishing in this area that caused these whales to switch from, eating salmon, which they would normally eat. The salmon are gone, so they switched to otters.
Why were the orcas now eating otters? Orcas generally eat whales, not otters.
There were a lot of whales around after World War II.
Oh, okay. It was the whales. Okay. Yeah. The Youngwing says nuke the whales. That's essentially what happened. Just slowly and methodically rather than explosively.
After World War II, the Japanese and the Russians started reducing those whales, and by the late 1960s, they had been depleted by 90%. And that the stripping of all these big whales out of the system shocked these killer whales and forced them to broaden their diet and start feeding on these other species. What had happened is that we had taken this 3-level trophic cascade, and the orcas had added a 4th trophic level, and it made that system behave just like theory predicted.
With the orcas eating otters, urchin populations increased, and kelp disappeared.
So it's another way to collapse this ecosystem. Again, by removing big baleen whales, big filter-feeding whales, the mysticete whales from this ecosystem, you change the habit of the orcas, they go on to eat the otters. With the predators of the sea urchins, the otters, missing the sea urchins, explode in population, they eat all the kelp, ecosystem collapses.
To me, the amazing part of that was
so there you go, Lukai, yeah.
That something like whaling that started in the middle of the 20th century, way out in the oceanic realm of the North Pacific, could affect something like urchins and kelp in the coastal ecosystem. It was mind-boggling to even conceive of something. It was almost like science fiction.
To Robert Payne, this was a satisfying confirmation.
And it provided an example of how the concept of a trophic cascade functions in nature, and it's Jim's work in the Aleutians, which in fact sold the case.
As ecologists explored other habitats with new eyes, they discovered keystone species and trophic cascades in many places.
And just as with otters, the removal of predators, such as wolves, sharks, and lions, has had profound effects on the number and variety of other species and on ecosystems as a whole. These fundamental insights have changed the way we look at the world, and they've given ecologists and conservationists a new set of tools.
It has turned us from a fundamental view of nature that was bottom up. More than any other single ecologist, he was the one that transitioned our thinking to the importance of top-down forcing.
Well, thank you.
No, it's true.
Oh.
But from Payne's vantage point, humans still have much to learn.
Oh, yeah.
To ignore the fact that there are top-down effects is to invite mistakes. One ignores at one's own risk what role apex predators play. Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know.
10-2, but thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. You can link to that video right here. This is why it's important to do science, to learn about our natural world, to understand the impacts that our actions have on the world around us. Without science, we would not understand this. You know? The systematic study of our natural world is crucially important. And just basic observations of our natural world are extremely important too. Having people there, boots on the ground, studying the natural world or just living there observing it is really important. This is one of the reasons why indigenous knowledge is so incredibly important too. Just being aware of what's going on in our surroundings. Crucially important. And you see that kind of knowledge downplayed left and right nowadays. You see that kind of knowledge taken for granted or outright scorned by some of the people in power who see it as inconvenient. It's, I don't know. We'll have some discussions about that. I'm sure throughout this year as things continue to happen. As we have a new government formed here in the United States. Next week, it's, oh boy. Anyway. And Harris says, is there any literature on the impact of the buffalo culling in North America? Oh yeah. I mean, that was largely done for genocidal purposes. You know, in order to eliminate the food source of indigenous people here in the United States, the U.S. government, in particular, I think the U.S. Army, had a policy where they put a bounty on buffalo. They said, kill as many as you possibly can and just leave them out to rot. In order to bring native people to heel. It's disgusting, really. Those are bison skulls, by the way. This is, I think, a fertilizer plant somewhere back east. A bunch of the bones, skulls of bison, were put on trains and shipped east to be ground up into fertilizer for farms on the East Coast. So yeah, I hate this picture. It's just... Ugh. Anyway, luckily there are people who are fighting against this kind of thing nowadays. There are people who are trying to restore ecosystems. And one particularly cool project that's directly relevant to what we talk about here on Paleontologizing is happening up in Siberia. This is some really, really cool stuff. Take a look at this right here.
Frozen Arctic soil, called permafrost, holds more than 1 trillion tons of carbon. As the dirt thaws, that carbon escapes as greenhouse gases. Scientists say this melting could supercharge global warming.
So this is something of crucial importance. Like, this is a ticking time bomb. All of this methane and these other greenhouse gases that are trapped in Siberian permafrost. And year after year, summer after summer, the stuff just keeps melting and melting and melting.
Scientists say this melting could supercharge global warming.
I see only one way. It's necessary to mitigate melting of permafrost.
Sergei Zimov has been studying the permafrost for decades. To stop the permafrost from thawing, he has a radical notion: to recreate the Arctic of 30,000 years ago.
During the Pleistocene, coming full circle to what we were talking about earlier. During the last ice age, you had all of these critters running around doing their thing and helping maintain this ecosystem. You remove the critters, the ecosystem falls apart.
In Pleistocene, there was millions and millions of herbivores which eat this grass all winter. Winter here is very long.
Zimov's goal was to transform mossy tundra and forest like this into grasslands.
So 18 years ago here was like the place we've just been at. Now, well, you see that the dominant is grass?
They are recreating the mammoth steppe ecosystem that once dominated the high latitudes.
The first experiments we start in the Soviet time. We bought some horses, we built small fence.
The animals kill trees and shrubs and stimulate grasses by grazing and fertilizing them.
Yep.
Sergei's son, Nikita, brings a group of students into a permafrost cave to show the connection. 30 meters below the surface, one appreciates the massive size of this carbon-rich soil.
How can you cool the permafrost more? You remove the insulating layer. How can you do that? Like, you can either take a bulldozer and bulldoze entire Arctic everywhere, or you can let animals do that themselves.
Our horses, for example, excavate snow 4-5 times per winter.
By disrupting the snow and exposing soil to the Arctic air, the animals keep the permafrost 2 degrees colder than it would have been otherwise.
So does that make sense? It might seem counterintuitive, but if you open the soil up, you aerate it basically. During the winter, it freezes more solidly. And then the defecation of these animals, them pooping everywhere, fertilizes that soil. The grasses thrive. They provide an insulating layer during the summer so that the stuff underneath doesn't melt. Does that make sense?
Animals from all over Asia now graze in Pleistocene Park. Yakutian horses from this region of Siberia, muskox from Wrangel Island in the Arctic Ocean. Local hunters provide moose. And
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't.
Parasites, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And Tone Rebellion. Do they have the right properties to enable active flight? I think most dromaeosaurs are way too heavy to be able to fly, but they may have actually had ancestors that could fly. They may have evolved from ancestors that had full powered flight. We're still trying to figure a lot of this stuff out. But yeah, Tone Rebellion. It's a good question. It's a good question. Yeah, and Slick Toxic says, I lived in the Northwest Territories while I was in elementary ages ago. Very cool. Learning about permafrost was an interesting experience. All the houses were on stilts elevated above ground, and the water system was run through utilidors, elevated pipes. Yeah, because when you've got permafrost like that, it can kind of make things a little bit unstable, especially if it's freezing and thawing. So yeah. Anyway. And Mayor Space says, could they breed just regular elephants in this region? Could they adapt them to this climate? Maybe they don't need to engineer mammoths at all if they could engineer themselves. Elephants get too cold. I think they've looked into that and it just wouldn't have worked. The idea is to create cold adapted elephants that could hold that kind of keystone species role that mammoths once did, because they were clearly a key part of this ecosystem.
The Zimovs hope other Pleistocene parks will be created to protect.
Oh, and Tone Rebellion. No, so we've got like full-on flight feathers in dromaeosaurs. They've got the rachis and the asymmetric veins on either side, so they do seem like, as I understand it, they seem like modern flight feathers, basically. Yeah.
Permafrost across the world.
And we see if it's happened in small territory, it will happen in any territory. Many thousand years humans fight with wild, and main enemy of humans it was wild animals.
By allowing animals to transform the Arctic and protect permafrost, the Zimovs want to change the relationship between humans and animals.
This ecosystem possible recover.
Cool stuff. So that's kind of a quick intro. Give you a link to this, to the whole Pleistocene Park idea. There's a lot of cool videos on YouTube here about this. Yeah, well, one of these days, probably when we've got more stuff in the news about the whole mammoth idea, like resurrecting the mammoth, then we'll talk about this in depth. But, yeah. Oh, let's see if I can find this. I think this guy had another video here. About Pleistocene Park. Let's see. Maybe not. Anyway, let's take a look at this. This is a really neat video that popped up in my algorithm the other day, and I was delighted to see something that was relevant and interesting and well made. Good information. So kudos to YouTube for that. It seems to be kind of scarce nowadays with all the slop that they push. But it's from a channel called Ecology Nerd. The title is When Introducing Invasive Species Actually Works. And that's almost a clickbaity title, because these aren't really invasive, but you'll see what I mean here. This is good stuff.
You are probably aware of the damage invasive species can do to an ecosystem. But what you may not know is that non-native species can actually help restore ecosystems and increase biodiversity.
So, in a lot of these, there's going to be a bunch of examples here of non-native species being introduced to an ecosystem in order to kind of regain something that was lost. In a lot of these cases, the species that they're trying to replace are now extinct. So it's like, what's the next best thing that we can find that'll help fill that empty hole that was left behind in that ecosystem? Yeah. If it works, then we do not consider them invasive, just exotic. Exactly, Hibiscus. Yes. Yes. The creator uses exotic to equal invasive. I think he talks about that later, about why he chose that word for the title. He might even use the word clickbait. But, yeah, but that is an important distinction. I think he brings it up, but we'll see.
Let's take a look at just two famous projects where this occurred. First up, we'll head to the island nation of Mauritius, once home to the iconic dodo. The dodo has become the symbol for human-caused extinctions. The first European colony was established on Mauritius in the year 1638, and the poor dodo didn't last long. It's believed that it was wiped out entirely in less than 30 years. What most people...
Which is nuts. Like, from its initial discovery by human beings, and there were no native people on Mauritius. This was an untouched island. People show up, including a lot of Dutch sailors. 30 years. This animal's completely extinct. Gone. Forever. Yeah. And this is a model here, Clara. It's not real taxidermy. No, there isn't a whole taxidermy specimen of a dodo anywhere on the planet. Yeah.
Aren't aware of is that Mauritius also lost 77 other species since the first colony was established.
So, there you go. I wonder what else they wiped out in the process, asked Lilithobo. Here. The blue pigeon, raven parrot, the reed rail, a whole bunch of other species like this, including the saddleback tortoise, which I think we're going to talk about here.
Many of which can be found nowhere else in the world, including 2 species of giant tortoise. One being a browser, meaning it mainly ate woody vegetation, and the other being a grazer. The tortoises were the largest herbivores in Mauritius, and as such were the main drivers of the ecosystem there. But sadly, like the dodo, they too were wiped out by Europeans in the 1600s.
Yeah. And now... filter feeding and marine reptiles. Oh, we talked about that back in August, I think. Now, let me see if I can find you that VOD. We talked all about filter feeding on International Whale Shark Day. There we go. Tremendous distances in a year, thousands upon thousands of miles. We don't really have the best understanding of... There's a link if you want to watch that, but I don't think anybody's ever actually seen them spawn before. Anywho. Let's get back to this.
Europeans hunted were the largest herbivores in Mauritius, and as such were the main drivers of the ecosystem there. But sadly, like the dodo, they too were wiped out by Europeans in the 1600s. Europeans hunted the tortoises for food, they cleared large areas of habitat for agriculture, and they also introduced cats, rats, rabbits and goats. 4 incredibly common and some of the most damaging invasive species in the world. Together, these animals were doing untold damage on Mauritius. The cats and rats were preying on endemic birds and other small animals. The goats and rabbits were preventing the regrowth of native trees and shrubs, creating an open landscape, making it unsuitable for many of the animals that evolved on Mauritius. In 1984, conservationists set out to tackle the invasive species problem and restore Mauritius to a state not seen since the 1600s. Rather than tackle the main island first, they decided...
This is an Irish accent, Cowardly Viking.
Decided to start with...
So this is really important stuff. In order to... Kind of like with Pleistocene Park, starting off in a small area, you want to have a self-contained, kind of discrete spot. Discrete meaning separate. D-I-S-C-R-E-T-E. Where you can kind of run a pilot program and a little experimental thing to see if it works in a small area. And if it does, then you can move on to the larger area. This also helps prevent things from going awry, you know? If you started on the mainland and like, oh shoot, this tortoise species that we introduced is going nuts, just getting everywhere, and it's a disaster, it's much easier to control that on a small island than it is on, you know, the larger island. So, really, really important spot, you know? Yeah. Again, because there can be unintended consequences, like, these problems were started by unintended consequences, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was wrong. The lizards are a godsend.
But isn't that a bit short-sighted? What happens when we're overrun by lizards?
No problem. We simply unleash wave after wave of Chinese needle snakes. They'll wipe out the lizards.
But aren't the snakes even worse?
Yes, but we're prepared for that. We've lined up a fabulous type of gorilla that thrives on snake meat.
But then we're stuck with gorillas.
No, that's the beautiful part. When wintertime rolls around, the gorillas simply freeze to death.
You got to think about those unintended consequences and not be hubristic about it. You know? That's why it often helps to start in a cordoned off area like this. You know?
With two since the 1600s. Rather than tackle the main island first, they decided to start with two small offshore islands, Round Island and Île aux Aigrettes, and turn these into safe havens for the wildlife of Mauritius. They successfully removed the goats, rabbits, rats and cats by the late 90s, an incredible achievement. This caused an unforeseen problem though. Without the grazing and browsing of goats and rabbits, invasive plant species grew rampant, shading out endemic native plants. It was also noticed that many native plants needed herbivores to survive. Somewhat evolved.
Salamander says, hear me out. The little old lady who swallowed a fly is a precautionary tale of invasive population management. Yeah. Shoot, you introduce one invasive species to the little old lady, like a fly, and then you need to introduce another one to take care of that one, and another one to introduce to take care of that one. At a certain point, you know, the lady dies, R.I.P. But if you could just remove that invasive species at the start, maybe you're doing okay. With each new species that you introduce, you got to be real careful about it. Like, am I going to make this worse? Am I going to kill the lady? You know? So, yeah. R.I.P. the little old lady who swallowed that fly, says Sloppy Salamander. Yeah. Yeah.
The need to be trampled, others to be grazed, or the need for large seed-dispersing herbivores. They couldn't introduce any herbivore they wanted though, as they saw with the rabbits and goats. Mauritius needed the right herbivores, something that behaved like the giant tortoises that once lived there. Luckily, thanks to none other than Charles Darwin, there
old Chucky D.
were a number of Aldabra giant tortoises in captivity on Mauritius. When Darwin visited the Indian Ocean Islands in the 1800s, he was devastated by the damage that had been done there and the sheer amount of extinctions.
So it's crazy. Darwin was probably one of the few people who actually recognized this at the time. He didn't look like this. He was a young man. He was younger than this. Chucky D was what? He was in his 20s, I think, when he went on the Voyage of the Beagle. 20s or maybe early 30s. Again, I kind of hate that, like, when you see a picture of Darwin, it's always him as, like, you know, an elderly man. He did his best work when he was young. Like, all of the... yeah, the most important stuff, he did it when he was a young man. Anyway.
He noted that only one island still had its giant tortoise species, Aldabra. Darwin feared that the Aldabra tortoise would be the next extinction, and so he lobbied successfully for some Aldabras to be relocated to Mauritius to breed in captivity and create a security population. These relocated tortoises were kept on large sugar estates in Mauritius, and eventually large herds were established. But unfortunately, by the 1980s, when Mauritian conservationists were in need of tortoises, there were very few of these captive Aldabras left. The project had largely been forgotten about, and the tortoises were no longer cared for. Sugar estates aren't exactly a prime habitat for the tortoises, so they weren't doing very well and had stopped breeding. Nonetheless, the remaining tortoises were recaptured, some of which are believed to have been the original tortoises that were taken from Aldabra decades before. When introduced to the first island, Île aux Aigrettes, these old tortoises thrived and started breeding once again. Not only did the tortoises thrive, but so did the ecosystem and the creatures that lived in it. Invasive plant species were significantly reduced, and native plants thrived once more. More than 50 tortoises were being produced each year, all starting from a few old randy tortoises. This allowed the Mauritian Wildlife Foundation to introduce tortoises to two more islands, Round Island and Rodrigues Island, with plans in the future to introduce them to the mainland.
So Rodrigues Island is where the Rodrigues solitaire is. Rodrigues solitaire? Yeah, that species of am I thinking of the right thing? No, the Rodrigues solitaire is extinct. Shoot. It's a species of bird that was related to the dodo. Rodriguez solitaire. The Nicobar pigeon is the closest living relative to both of these guys, and so there's a project to try and modify a Nicobar pigeon, modify its genome, and clone it to essentially bring back these critters that were driven to extinction by people in order to fill that gap in the ecosystem, because what we've got here, these are imperfect solutions. Every solution is imperfect to a problem as bad as that. But it would be less imperfect if we could have something that were like a closer genetic match, closer in its behavior, in its ecology, everything else.
This project worked because it was done to benefit ecosystems, and incredible research was done before introducing this non-native species. Many people equate any non-native species with being invasive. This in part is because historically, when humans introduced an animal to a non-native land, it wasn't done with ecosystems in mind. Cane toads were introduced to Australia to eat cane beetle grubs, but without any thought to what else they would do in Australian ecosystems. Stoats were introduced to New Zealand to control introduced rabbits, but they didn't think about or seemingly care what stoats would do to the unique bird life of New Zealand. But in Mauritius, before introducing any tortoise, many steps were taken. Firstly, they consulted with experts to see if the Aldabra giant tortoise could replicate the ecosystem functions provided by the two Mauritian giant tortoises, or if they would negatively affect the ecosystem. Secondly, they trialled the introduction in enclosures and also tested a second tortoise species, the radiated tortoise of Madagascar, to see which would be more beneficial. The Aldabra.
So this is the thing, like, you gotta do a lot of homework before you could just start introducing species willy-nilly. You've got to really be careful. And they were here, and it seems to have been really successful.
Auburn was better able to navigate the rough terrain, and so was chosen. And lastly, they started on a tiny island. Eloy Great is only 25 hectares or 60 acres, making it easy to remove the tortoises if need be. The Aldabra tortoise is predominantly a grazer, though it does browse more than most tortoises, which made it a great candidate for introduction, as it filled the niches of both extinct tortoises to some extent.
You'd know better than I would.
Conservationists in Mauritius do hope to introduce a browsing tortoise species in the future. Today, there is only one browsing tortoise subspecies that is actively breeding, the Hood Island giant tortoise, also known as the Espanola Island giant tortoise. Conservationists working in...
It's really interesting how you can tell grazing tortoises from browsing tortoises. The grazing tortoises, they're grazing on the ground level, so yeah, they've got their heads down. A browsing tortoise has got to lift its head and neck up in order to browse, and so it's got a totally different shaped shell. Look at that upturned anterior end of its carapace right there, so that they can crane their necks way up high. How cool is that? Really neat.
Giant tortoise, also known as the Espanola Island giant tortoise. Conservationists working in Mauritius have earmarked it as the best proxy for the saddlebacked Mauritian tortoise, the browsing species, while Aldabra giant tortoises would continue as proxy for the domed Mauritian tortoise, the grazer. Neither of these two tortoise species are particularly closely related to the Mauritian giant tortoises. They're about as closely related to one another as cows are to sheep, for example. Separate genera, but the same family. But it's not being closely related that matters. What matters is the role the animals play in an ecosystem, how they interact with the plants and animals around them. The story of Mauritius beautifully shows how the wrong non-native species, in this case goats and rabbits, can be so damaging, but the right non-native species can be just the thing that's needed to kick an ecosystem back to life. Now, moving very, very far north for our next example, all the way to Yakutia in northeastern Russia. Most of you watching this video will have heard about Pleistocene Park, one of the world's most famous ecosystem restoration projects. But did you know that at least 5 of the 10 herbivores that are being used to restore the landscape aren't native? In the late Pleistocene, before humans impacted the ecosystems, Yakutia was home to herds of woolly mammoths, steppe bison, wild...
I mean, look at this. Look at this ecosystem. I think this is work by Mark Hallett, actually. I recognize this artistic style. But yeah... Think about wolves and muskox, short-faced bears, horses, woolly mammoths, mastodon over there. There might be some Colombian mammoths somewhere too. That looks like a grizzly bear. Various species of bison. Just an incredibly rich, diverse ecosystem with all kinds of different critters. It does not look like this today. Oh, there's American lions right there too. Maybe they're European lions. Anyway, lions. All doing their thing. That's probably a scimitar cat right there. There's probably a saber-toothed cat around here somewhere also. Arctic foxes, hares, bobcats, taiga antelope. We've got badgers right there. Why couldn't I remember badger off the top of my head? Anyway, you don't have nearly this many species of big animals there today because there was an ecosystem collapse.
Wild horses, reindeer, moose and muskoxen, in densities that rival the African Serengeti. In Pleistocene Park today though, alongside the native moose, reindeer, muskoxen and horses, the non-native Bactrian camels, cattle, sheep, goats and American bison are being used. Cattle, sheep and goats are domesticated forms of aurochs, mouflon and bozoar ibex, none of which were ever native to Yakutia. So why are non-native animals being used to restore this ecosystem? And
why are they being used to restore this ecosystem? Well, because we don't have the originals, unfortunately. They're extinct. And these critters are thought to have the same kind of role in that ecosystem. To be a good analog, a good kind of stopgap. Maybe in the future it'll be possible to resurrect those extinct species by modifying existing species, you know? If we can figure out the exact genetic code of those extinct species and then tweak our modern critters to make them more or less identical, then maybe we could actually fill that gap much more precisely. You know, this is taking a square peg and trying to fit it into a round hole, but the square peg is just small enough that it can fit. The corners just kind of let it fit in like that. Maybe eventually we could actually get a round peg for the round hole by resurrecting those critters. We'll see. Yeah.
And why aren't they having negative impacts? To understand,
In this program, all those questions will be answered.
And Mr. Bike Shop, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
See why Pleistocene Park was founded. While researching permafrost in Siberia, Russian geophysicist Sergei Zimov was taken aback by the quantity of bones he was finding as he worked. Thousands of bones belonging to woolly mammoths, steppe bison, cave lions and many others. He became fascinated with the idea that his home...
Nessun says it goes in the square hole. Wait. Are you referencing what I think you're referencing? Yeah. This one?
This is a square. Can you guess which spot that goes in?
The square.
That's right. It goes in the square hole.
Yes. Okay.
And how about this rectangle? That one?
Also the square.
That goes in there too.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got this thin rectangle.
The thin rectangle.
Can you guess where that goes?
The thin rectangle.
That's right. It goes in the square hole. And up next, a cylinder.
The circle.
I think that goes in
the circle.
The square hole. Now, we've also got this semicircle right here. Do you see a slot that would fit
the semicircle?
Semicircle?
The semicircle.
That's right. It's the square hole. Okay. Up next, the triangle. We know what hole that goes into,
triangle.
right?
Triangle.
That's right. The square hole. And up next, we have the arch.
The arch. The arch.
You guessed it.
The arch.
It goes in the square hole.
I feel so bad for her. She's such a good actor. Yeah. She said she was very sleep deprived when she did this. That kind of, I could see how it would contribute to just the raw emotion on her face there. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, sometimes you don't have a square peg to put in the square hole. Sometimes the best you can do is a round peg, and it'll do for now until we can bring the square peg back from extinction, potentially, if that's ever possible. You know? But you gotta put those shapes somewhere in order to try and stop the permafrost from melting. That's the whole point, you know?
was
This
once
makes
an
sense.
Arctic savanna, a vast expanse of grasslands, woodlands and shrublands, heaving with large herbivores and the predators that hunted them. His interest and the research he put in made him realise that it was the large herbivores that shaped and maintained these savannas. The grasslands needed the grazing of herbivores and the soil fertility provided through their urine and feces. Without the herbivores, the soils lost this fertility and the landscape became tundra, a habitat very poor in biodiversity. The revelations kept coming, and Zimov realised that the very thing he was studying, the melting of the permafrost, was happening because the landscape lost its herbivores. Let me explain why that is so significant. Permafrost is a layer of frozen soil beneath the active soil layer, and it contains vast quantities of carbon and methane, the two most prominent greenhouse gases in our atmosphere.
So you got to keep those from melting and going up into the atmosphere, because if it does, we're cooked. Like, bye livable climate. You know, it's a ticking time bomb. You know,
permafrost has been melting at an alarming rate, adding tons of greenhouse gases to our atmosphere. But Zimov realised that the herbivores could actually slow the melting of the permafrost and combat the pace and effects of climate change. The herbivores do this in two ways. Firstly, herbivores can shift the ecosystem from tundra and woodland to grasslands. The grasses are a much lighter colour than the mosses and trees, and so reflect much more of the sun's heat, which is very impactful over a large landscape.
So that, it might seem counterintuitive, but grasses actually keep the ground cooler than trees do. They've got a higher albedo. They reflect more sunlight because they're a lighter color, you know? It's like if you're going to be out on a really hot day where you live, or maybe you're, let's see, say you're out in Phoenix, Arizona, it's 118 degrees outside. You've got to be out in the sun because you're, I don't know, say you're walking to the grocery store. What colored t-shirt should you put on? Should you put on a white t-shirt or a dark navy blue t-shirt? You're going to want to put on the white t-shirt. It's going to reflect more sunlight. It's going to keep you a lot cooler, you know? In the same way, light-colored grasses like that reflect more sunlight. They reflect more heat. They keep the ground cooler. They help prevent that permafrost from melting. Unlike trees with dark green leaves, they absorb a lot more heat. They raise the ambient temperature. The permafrost can melt. Does that make sense? Yeah.
More importantly though, herbivores crunch the snow beneath their feet and remove it to get to the grasses and herbs they feed on.
Nazun says the struggle of being goth in the summer. Yeah, you could be albino goth for a while, just, you know, to adapt to local, you know, conditions. You know, leucistic goth. But, yeah, or no t-shirts, says Lanku. Well, then you've got the sun direct on your skin and you might get heat stroke. But, yeah. And there you go, Petrodactylus. Okay, fair. You know, if you carry around a black umbrella with you, then you can keep the sunlight off of you. But that doesn't really work for our analogy because you might get that mixed up with a tree canopy. Don't worry about it. But yeah.
You may think that snow would make the soil colder, but snow actually acts as a blanket for the soil, insulating the heat the soil acquired from the warmer summer months.
Rushwing says pastel goth evolved in a warm environment. Probably, yeah. Yeah, that would be an advantageous adaptation, you know? You'll have more goth offspring if you're not dying of heat stroke. Cottagecore option 2. Like that. Where are we going with these analogies? Oh, hello, Moon Pie. How are you doing? Hi. Oh, I could probably entice Moon Pie to come up on the desk. There's some plants. Oh, look at this, Moon Pie. Moon Pie loves plants. Yeah, come on up. Oh, you're meowing. You're meowing. Come on up. There we go. It's Moon Pie. Hello, Moon Pie. How are you doing? Well. Moon Pie, You've been showing up on stream more often lately. Goodness. Good to see you. Show them that white spot on your chest. We know it's you. There you go. Oh, moon pie. Some of you have probably never seen moon pie before. She's so elusive. And here she is. Here she is. She loves plants, even plastic ones. Even plastic ones. Yeah. Oh. Good to see you, Moon Pie. Thanks for making an appearance. We love a moon pie appearance. You show up so infrequently that many chatters doubted you existed. But here you are. You showed them. You showed them, moon pie. Yeah, we don't even have a moon pie emote XVR because she. Well, I need to make one. I need to make you your own emote, huh? Oh, but she loves those plants. So Moon Pie, with her dark-colored fur, she does not like being outside in the heat. One of the reasons why she is an indoor cat. Good scientific practice to be doubtful without proof, extraordinary claims and all that. There you go, Racodactylus, true. But now we've made an observation. Moon Pie is our black swan here. All swans are white. Nope, we saw a black swan. Moon Pie doesn't exist, but we saw Moon Pie. Now we know she exists, huh? We know you exist. Yeah. And aren't we happy you exist? Oh. She's really into that plastic fern. Yeah. You're getting snot everywhere, too. Moon Pie's very... She's very snotty. She produces a lot of mucus. She always has. Huh, Moon Pie. Yeah. We love her. The moon does exist. Yeah, the moon pie does exist, Claire Bird. And Death Source says, how do we know she's not another one of your cats with a dye job? Here, I can show you if you'd like. She does have a different cranial morphology. She's got a much more brachyrostran condition. Her snout is much shorter. But look, I'll show you something else. Oh, Moon Pie. You want a treat? Moon Pie doesn't like treats. Watch. Watch. So you could say she occupies a different niche than the other cats. But look here, Moon Pie. Hey. There's some treats for you. What do you think? You want to eat one of those treats? What do you think? No. What do you think? You're not going to eat them? No? No? There you go. Moon Pie doesn't like treats. I will put these back so as not to waste them. Are you convinced? Anyway, Moon Pie doesn't like treats. She never has. Although, there's an experiment I want to run. Lordy and Io say that on multiple occasions, Moon Pie has eaten things out of a bowl that were not cat food. She's normally completely disinterested in any kind of people food or in any kind of cat treats, but she will eat food, cat food, out of a bowl, and she'll also eat Frosted Flakes out of a bowl. She'll eat other kinds of cereal out of a bowl. So like if you leave out a bowl of dry cereal, Moon Pie will find it and she will eat it. So it might be that she just likes eating things out of bowls. That to her, it's that context. It's like, oh, it's in a bowl? I should eat this. So I want to get a bowl and put some treats in it here on the desk and see if Moon Pie will eat them. We'll run this experiment at some point. Mark my words. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if it works. Anyway, bowl pie. There you go, boss. Answer. I think for the hydrate now. And we're just full of these today, aren't we? There.
Old man. Old man! Old man! Ah!
Hey, look! A freezer man!
Wait a minute. There is a note.
I have frozen myself so I may live to see the wonders of the future. Thaw me out when robot wives are cheap and effective. P.S. Please alter my pants as fashion dictates.
By gum, it worked. I've awakened in the future. Moon Pie. What a time to be alive.
Yeah. Yeah, what a time to be alive, Moon Pie. You've come back. Hey, do you want to come back up here? Oh, we've got another plant for you. What do you think of this fern right here? Oh, you let out a meow right there. Why don't you come up and see it? Hey, why don't you come up here for the other fern? We've got multiple ferns for you. Imagine that, Moon Pie. Imagine that. Come on up. Can I pick you up? I know you don't like that sometimes, but I've got a stream to do here. Come on up. Hey. Don't knock that over. It's gonna frighten you. Come on up here. Here, Moon Pie. Here. Hey, come on. There we go. Look. Oh, check out the fern. Wow.
I've awakened in the future. Moon Pie. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, Moon Pie. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. You really are an herbivore at heart, huh? Yeah, just give me that foliage. Yeah. Let me browse. Let me do some browsing. Yeah, does she like catnip? She does, Chaotic Kitten, but not always quite like this. never been this social on stream. I'm impressed, Moon Pie. I'm impressed. Yeah. The mightiest plant eater, says Slick Toxic. Yeah. Move over sauropods. Move over hadrosaurs. Here comes Moon Pie to munch on some ferns. Oh. She's always been a very sniffly kind of cat, huh? Yeah. When she was a kitten, she had something lodged in her nasal passages, I guess, and Lordy and Ios took her to the vet and had her undergo a surgery to remove part of it, but part of it's still in there and might not be able to be removed. But her quality of life improved tremendously after that procedure.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy?
And Ooze, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for following. You can tell she's a browser by her low shell. No, browser to the high shell, Baja Spencer. But yeah, there's a grazers at the low shell. But yeah, her shortened nose means that something about her ecology. Niffler? What was this? Thank you very much, Niffler. Treats for the landlords, says Niffler. Got to keep those rents payments up to date so we can continue getting this high-quality science outreach and cat visits. Also ordering from the Amazon list in the UK, the postage would cost more than the treats. Oh, gotcha, Niffler. Well, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it, and I will... You know what? I'll go ahead and do that right now. I will order some more cat treats for the cats. Like greenies. There we go. Catnip flavor. Which kind do we have right now? We've got catnip flavor and we've got tuna. Here we go. Tuna, catnip, oven roasted chicken. What's something even richer than that? Something more exclusive. Shareholder flavor. Okay. Add to cart. It's a little pricier, but, you know, only the best for these cats. Check out. Excellent. Thank you, Niffler. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Is she a rescue cat? All of the cats who live here are, Dan the BC Man. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Where were we? Let's continue with our video here about thawing. Yeah.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, good stuff. Here we go.
Causes a longer period of permafrost thawing.
Yeah,
It's
go
the
back a little
snow
bit.
beneath their feet and remove it to get to the grasses and herbs they feed on. You may
there you
think
go,
that
Cat,
snow
getting
would make
angry.
the soil colder,
Yeah.
but snow actually acts as a blanket for the soil, insulating the heat the soil acquires
Rushwing. Yes, exactly.
from the warmer summer months, which causes a longer period of permafrost thawing. When the herbivores compress and remove the snow though, it allows the freezing winter air to come into contact with the soil, preventing permafrost thaw and even causing more permafrost to form and store carbon and methane. With the knowledge
So that again, it seems counterintuitive that getting rid of the snow actually makes things colder. But that's exactly what it does. Again, rewinding a little bit so you can see it. Not just me saying it.
More importantly though, herbivores crunch the snow beneath their feet and remove it to get to the grasses and herbs they feed on. You may think that snow would make the soil colder, but snow actually acts as a blanket for the soil, insulating the heat the soil acquired from the warmer summer months, which causes a longer period of permafrost thawing. When the herbivores compress and remove the snow though, it allows the freezing winter air to come into contact with the soil, preventing permafrost thaw and even causing more permafrost to form and store carbon and methane. With the knowledge of just how important the herbivores could be in our battle against climate change, Zimhoff set out to restore the ecosystem that once was. Of course, woolly mammoths and steppe bison aren't alive today, likely two keystone species in Pleistocene Yakutia, so to restore the Arctic savanna, Zimhoff couldn't rely on native herbivores alone. He needed large herbivores and lots of them.
So, a bunch of the species that were here, you can't get them anymore. They're extinct. So we work with what we've got.
Herbivores that could survive in the freezing Siberian conditions and help restore an ecosystem that hasn't been seen in over 10,000 years. So Zimhoff and his son Nikita acquired cold-adapted herbivores from wherever they could. The herbivores are having the exact impact the Zimhoffs wanted and have already shifted large areas from dense scrub, poor in soil fertility and biodiversity, to grassland.
It's so cool to see camels walking around. Like, I love camels so much. They're such neat animals. Especially, there's something really special about Bactrian camels. With their thick fur like that, they can survive in much colder climates, I think, than dromedary camels can. It's just really cool to see. We used to have a ton of camels here in the San Francisco Bay Area during the Pleistocene, and we still find their fossils today all over the place. Hopefully, before too long, I'll be finding some camel fossils live on stream if we're able to do some field work in Fremont. But yeah, I don't know. Camels are just really special and cool. I like them.
Showing that non-native animals can be a welcome tool in ecosystem restoration as long as research is done and precautions are taken. You may be wondering why I put the word invasive in the title of this video. The non-native animals used in the projects I mentioned are not invasive, of course.
Yep. So he addresses that point, Hibiscus, like you were talking about.
Research is done and precautions are taken. You may be wondering why I put the word invasive in the title of this video. The non-native animals used in the projects I mentioned are not invasive, of course, as they do not damage the ecosystems they've been introduced to. But many people use the word invasive to describe any animal not native to a region. This can actually be quite damaging in terms of conservation and rewilding. Removing a non-native species from a landscape takes a lot of time, effort and money. Not to mention some of the horrible methods that are used to remove non-native species. Many ecologists have expressed the need for assessing a non-native species impact before painting it with the invasive brush, suggesting we should look at whether a species helps increase biodiversity and ecosystem function, or if it is damaging to biodiversity and puts other species at risk of extinction, rather than simply if a species is native or not. This would allow conservationists to prioritise removing truly invasive species and protecting habitats in other more important ways, putting the much needed finances and time to good use. There are many other places in the world where non-native animals benefit ecosystems, such as the weirdly biodiverse Ascension Island, African tortoises in Hawaii, and water buffalo in Coombs Head, England. If you'd like to see a video about more beneficial non-natives, let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe to help the channel grow. I'd really appreciate the support. Thank you, as always, for watching.
This guy should have a lot more subscribers than he does at the moment. 4.35 thousand, which is it's more than I've got on YouTube, but I hardly spend... Well, I can't remember the last time I made a standalone YouTube video. It would probably be the Prehistoric Kingdom review in like 2022. Anyway, if you like that, give him a follow. There's a link to that video there. Good stuff. Really good stuff.
What if we turn this?
Hang on a minute. Is this... Yes! Okay, excellent. Kind of coming full circle again. When I was talking about this earlier, the Dickinson Museum Center, Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Talking about this at the beginning of the stream. This photo right here on their website. This is me and Denver Fowler, and we are working on the American Prairie Reserve here. This is in northern Montana in 2015. Yeah, a bunch of these photos are going to be from our work on the APR. And I think this video deals with the APR here. Take a look.
Into this, and even into this.
Here, sorry. Missed the first second.
What if we could turn this into this, and even into this?
We have seen this
Large
before,
parts
but
of
it's
North
good stuff.
America were once covered with wild grassland as far as the eye could see. This natural wonder was described as the American Serengeti, where large iconic wildlife roamed the landscape. Now, one organization is bringing it back. They are trying to create over 3 million acres of uninterrupted grasslands by buying up old cattle farms and restoring them to the wild habitats they once were. So we sent Cameron into the heart of Montana to help bring back the animals of the old Wild West and to discover the surprising power of grass. We're Planet Wild. Welcome to Mission 19.
When you think of grass, you probably think of this. Bright green and fresh.
Yeah, so when people say... This is why I don't really like that phrase touch grass very much too, because grass is not necessarily a... It's not the epitome of nature. At least in the way that most people think of it. When you... Chances are, if you think of grass, you think of, like, a lawn, especially if you live in the suburbs. This is a very unnatural kind of thing. An introduced species, so to speak. It's better to think of grass as like grasslands.
Freshly mowed, but a typical suburban lawn is actually far from being natural. Lawns like this are monocultures of usually one invasive species and were originally designed to mimic the fancy palace gardens of Europe. Because of this image...
And was it really the fancy palace garden? Well, maybe that's what Andrew Carnegie did. Anyway, as I understand it, the, like, modern American suburban craze for, you know, grassy lawns like this may have started with Andrew Carnegie, kind of a robber baron from the early 20th century. He came to the U.S. from Scotland, and he really missed the, you know, the lush green hills of his native Scotland. And so at his palatial mansion, he had it landscaped with these big grassy lawns. And him being, you know, having more money than God at the time, a lot of Americans kind of revered him and wanted to emulate him, wanted to copy him, and so they wanted lawns too. That's kind of the story that I've heard. Is that this might be... Is this his estate? I think it is. But yeah, all of that grass there was him trying to bring Scotland with him to the US, and then it started this fad for front lawns like that. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah.
For a lot of us, grass is kind of just grass. It's boring. But really, grass is something else entirely. And we're heading into the Great Plains of Montana to show you a new reality. This is the wonderful world of grass.
Lots of different species of grass in a place like this. But, yeah. Adaptive group within the... Oh, for sure, gay hibiscus. Yeah, absolutely. Grasses, silica-rich, you know, kind of ground cover species are so many different species. Holy cow. Anyway, Pratensis. I'm not familiar with that genus and species, gay hibiscus. Is that a species of grass? And Slick Toxic. Scene from the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Is that a book series? I'm not familiar with that, Slick Toxic. Palaces in Europe had trimmed lawns before Carnegie, I think, says Dr. Irrefutable. I'm sure they did. But as I understand it, it was Carnegie who kind of introduced that concept to North America in a big way. But I don't know. Maybe his influence is overblown there. I'm not sure. And can you tell us, as grass seems like a huge waste of water? It absolutely is. In many parts of the U.S. Absolutely, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's continue.
Firstly, grass has a superpower. It's one of the most efficient plants at turning sunlight into food. So that means that if you're a grazing animal here, the very ground you're walking on is literally a never-ending banquet of your favorite food.
It's delicious.
Secondly, real grass is not just one thing. Here in the wild grasslands of Montana, there are as many as 60 different native species. Animals graze on this grass unevenly, meaning that it exists at different lengths across the grasslands. Some species live in the long grass, while others thrive in the short grass. The grassland offers countless microhabitats and evolutionary niches to fill, and this led to an explosion of life here.
There's incredible biodiversity out on the American prairie. It's nuts. And it's one of those kind of overlooked ecosystems. They'll probably mention it here in this video, but when you think of, really biodiverse areas, you think of coral reefs, you think of rainforests, you maybe think of temperate forests, you might think of some place like Yellowstone National Park. Not many people think of prairies. There's so many species that exist out on the prairie. It might be the most biodiverse area outside of a rainforest in North America.
Thirdly, what we see here is actually just the tip of the iceberg, and the rest is underground. The grass's root system extends to 15 feet, or almost 5 meters below the surface. And these roots actually store more than a third of the Earth's terrestrial carbon. And that underground carbon is safe from wildfires and won't be released back into the atmosphere. Here we can see the huge difference between the natural grassland root system.
Look at that. Look at how long those roots are there. These grass species that are just here year after year after year, they put down these really, really long root systems like this. Monoculture crops, well, they don't even have to be monoculture. It doesn't matter. Domestic plants, like, for instance, wheat or whatever this is here, they have barely any root system to speak of at all. They're just barely hanging on. Does that make sense? I mean, look at that difference between natural grasses, the ones that exist in this ecosystem, they evolved to be here, versus the stuff that people introduce. It's almost nothing root-wise.
System and the roots of a plowed crop field. Let's keep that in mind when trying to grasp how big this ecosystem really is. I mean, the vastness of this place is kind of blowing my mind. But there is a bit of a strange feeling. It's almost like a lonely feeling. It feels like something's missing.
Yeah. And man, have I felt lonely out on the prairie before. Holy cow. For a number of reasons, but yeah. Oh boy.
And indeed, something is missing from this picture. Only 200 years ago, this place could be described as the American Serengeti and extended across...
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so
Dangerous
thin,
buttons.
It's about the same dimension as
Thank you.
the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yep. Dangerous buttons. Thank you for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online.
A dirter.
It means a lot.
Across more than 240 million acres. Paintings from this time are a rare insight into what this actually looked like. A truly wild grassland where giant herds of bison and elk stretched to the horizon. Indigenous Americans lived alongside them for thousands of years, but the arrival of European settlers changed everything. They pushed indigenous peoples off their land and
it's not just the arrival of European people. It's like it was an active campaign to commit genocide, to wipe those people out. Like, these were choices that were made, you know? Like, the people in charge had a thirst for blood. That's what happened. You know?
Hunted most of the animals to the brink of extinction. When further conquering and carving up the territory, they put up fences to demark ownership and keep livestock in place, disrupting wildlife migration and destroying the prairie's unique biome. While many of us instinctively understand the value of protecting forests, most have yet to learn that restoring grasslands is of equally crucial importance.
Interesting.
And so with more than 70% of America's prairies destroyed, grasslands have become the most threatened and yet the least protected biome in the world.
4% of temperate grasslands are protected globally. Just 4%, that's it. We need to preserve these places so that we have something left.
This is Danny, a wildlife restoration manager with our
Hey, salute to a fellow Danny.
partner America.
And
these plant eaters or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
Crazy Nut DK, thank you for the 39 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Crazy Nut DK. Or is it 42 months? Either way, thank you. Holy moly. Extraordinary. Yeah. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. Your support means the world to me. It really does. Thank you. Let's continue.
American prairie, founded more than 20 years ago and having been described as one of the most...
So I've worked with some of these people before. Lucid Dream, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you. We got a hype train going now. Beautiful. Let's see where this will go. There's Damien right there. So he used to come out and visit us in the field. So my crew, led by Denver Fowler, in 2015 and 2016, we were contracted by the American Prairie Reserve to do a paleontological survey on their land. We even made a little book about it. Let me grab that. There it is. There we go. And thank you, George from New York. Appreciate those 5 gift subs there. Thank you kindly. Good stuff.
George from me is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for those 5 gift subs. Look, we're now at 7 out of our 150 goal for this week. Thank you, George. Appreciate that. It's 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch any ads for the next month. Thanks to your support, George. They'll get to see those North Dakota streams from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum with no ads. Thank you for that. Here we go. This is a little photo book that we put together from... Holy cow, hang on a second. Miss Capri Kel, thank you for those 20 gift subs there. Extraordinary. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Good stuff. Holy cow. Thank you very, very much for that. Holy moly. 20 gift subs. 20. We're at 27 out of 150 now. We might make this goal this week. We'll see. Thank you, Miss Capri. Really appreciate your generosity there. So there's the American Prairie Reserve, Department of the Interior Bureau of Land Management, the BLM, and there's Fowler Paleontology and Geology. This is a kind of a rough draft of a logo that I put together for Denver Fowler for that summer. I didn't really have time to finish it, but yeah.
Then that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
That is fantastic, Tactical Sponge. And thank you for the 49 months of support. I really appreciate that, Tactical. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And there's our crew that summer. So, there we go. Jack Wilson, namesake of Daspletosaurus wilsoni, Holly Flora, Denver Fowler, Danny Anduza, Warwick Fowler, And Peter Thomas is Peter's last name. Yeah, we had a good crew that summer. We really did. That was on the first day. I demanded that we take a picture before we set off into the field so we're all clean and got shiny hair, bright eyes, and bushy tails. And Holly Flores, she's not a botanist. She's a paleontologist, XVR. She works, I think, mostly on fossil mammals nowadays. Anyway, we found a bunch of cool stuff. The American Prairie Reserve actually gave us a trailer to stay in, which proved really, really useful during a crazy storm that we had.
Professor Andoza, thank you for all you do, for inspiring so man. We love you.
Inspiring so man. Thank you, Belen. I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you for the 45 months at tier 3. Holy cow. Belen, thank you for that. I appreciate your kind words and your encouragement and your camaraderie, and it's a privilege to share this platform with you. Thank you, Belen. Appreciate you. And Miss Capri Kelf
lived a long time ago.
They did.
They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Miss Capri Kel, thank you for those 1,000 bits. And Kodali, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for those 100 bits, Kodali. Holy cow. Miss Capri, you are incredibly generous, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Brilliant. I don't know what hype train level we're up to now, but approaching a level 6. Extraordinary. Thank you. Anywho, we did a whole bunch of work out there on the American Prairie Reserve. And thank you, Lilith Hobo.
The Hobos for Bones Collective have put together some bits for the binding of your next book, Paleonomicon.
Thank you, Lilith Hobo, for those 300 bits and for that welcome news. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, this is that Triceratops that I showed you earlier, Count Tricula. There's multiple spellings of this. I forget what I actually put on the specimen tag. But yeah, Danny discovered this site, which will probably yield a reasonably complete Triceratops skull. So there's me right there. This is what the site looked like just about an hour after I found it. We did some digging around, collecting some pieces, and this is my, like, tracing over it. I did digitally to try and show what that, what's going on with the skull there. So yeah, now it's on display at the museum. And here is, we got a visit from a bunch of, I think there's a bunch of high schoolers and their families, or who was this? We got multiple groups that were out touring the American Prairie Reserve, and they came to visit us for about an hour one afternoon. And here's Denver explaining to them the local geology and the importance of this Triceratops site. So there's Denver, there's Peter, there's me right there, there's Holly, and there's a bunch of visitors. But yeah, that's out on the American Prairie Reserve. So like a community outreach thing, basically upstairs down, yeah. Yeah. So APR gets a lot of visitors, and so we were in contact with people from APR, like there we go.
And having been described as one of the most
people like Damien there, who I think was range manager at the time. He might still be. He might have a loftier position now. I'm not sure. But he came out and visited us a number of times. He might even be in that photo, actually. Let's see. Yeah, there he is right there. He's got the same or similar hat. There's Damien right there. And there's his daughters who we would bring around everywhere. And sometimes they were really enthusiastic to be there, and sometimes they just wanted to be anywhere else. You know how kids are sometimes. But man, were they lucky to be able to to spend time in a place like this. Holy cow. So anyway, yeah, that's funny. I forgot there's a picture of David in here.
Ambitious conservation project in American history. Their mission is to restore that monumental beauty we know from those paintings from long gone times. Since then, the land here was mostly taken over by cattle farming. But because it wasn't plowed, the soil and its root systems are still intact. So it actually has everything it needs to become a canvas for nature again.
On this canvas, you're the creator. Anything that you want, you can build here. Your dreams come real here.
So, let's dream big.
Thank you for that incredible hype train, by the way. Level 6. 30 gift subs, 1,400 bits. Thank you very, very much, everybody. I really appreciate your generosity. Thank you kindly.
American Prairie is buying...
And Ms. Art Rule says, is this book for sale to the public? I don't think it is. Denver made this through Shutterfly, right? Yeah. There. All images, copyright, Danny Anduza, Denver Fowler, Warwick Fowler, and Jack Wilson. All content, copyright 2016, Fowler, Paleontology and Geology. Any opinions contained within, blah, blah, blah. Not intended for sale. Yeah. Yeah. So it was kind of a thing that we produced as like a thank you for the American Prairie Reserve, something that they could have multiple copies of in their waiting room. They could show to potential donors. We might have a few copies of this at the museum in Dickinson as well. But yeah. If you were to change his mind, sell it in the BDU gift shop. BDM gift shop. Salamander, but yeah. Yeah. Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Yeah. It's an idea. No. If you clamor for it. Who knows? Maybe he'd put it up on the gift shop website. Like we were talking about earlier. If you want to support the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, there's a way you can do it. Oh, there's an extra slash in there. Hopefully that doesn't negate the URL. Yeah. Exclusive merch. Like this Daspletosaurus wilsoni skull. That's the, it's named after Jack Wilson, who's in this book. My old roommate. Yeah, anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. It would be so cool if this stuff sold out because people were so excited about it. In fact, I would not be shocked if these do sell out. Because people are going to want this. Exclusive merchandise from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. If there's any left, I'm going to buy some when I'm there at the museum at the beginning of February, streaming from there. But I wouldn't be mad if they were sold out beforehand. I just want to see the museum get as much support as they can get, and I want to see people get excited about this, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, the American Prairie Reserve. Really, really cool place, and a bunch of the fossils that we're going to see there at the museum are from here. We collected them in 2015 and 2016.
Dinosaurs are just cool. Let's check them out.
Rooktype and their 5 raiders are here to check them out too.
Welcome, welcome, Rooktype and Raiders. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. I don't recognize that username. Are you new here, Rooktype and Raiders? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Shoot. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist broadcasting to you from my office in the San Francisco Bay Area. We're talking about ecology and restoring kind of damaged ecosystems and how that ties in with fossil science. A bunch of the work that I've done in 2015 and 2016 was on the American Prairie Reserve in central Montana. And yeah, we're watching a little video about that right now. Anyway, welcome, welcome. My name's Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. This is where we talk about fossil science, about natural history, about the importance of studying our planet and its long and storied history. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. A friend told me about you, says Rooktype. Well, sounds like you've got a cool friend. I'm grateful to them. Thank you. Welcome, Rooktype. And how was your stream? Playing some Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2. Is that like the dive bomber plane, or the planes from King Kong were also Helldivers, right? Yeah, there we go. The Curtiss F-8C Helldiver is a fighter biplane used before and during the Great Depression. It is the plane that Kong fights on the Empire State Building. Does this have anything to do with that? Oh, Starship Troop. Oh, never mind. Thank you, Fish. No, that was a popular game. It is kind of like, it's almost satirical, right? Starship Troopers type game. I think I remember this. Yeah, that was like the big game on Twitch for a while, right? Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Anywho, it's good to have you here, Rooktype. Welcome, welcome. Stick around, and I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thanks for bringing your viewers here. I appreciate it. American Prairie Reserve. Let's continue.
Let's dream big. American Prairie is buying old cattle ranches and locking down their vast land for nature protection. One ranch at a time, their goal is to create a huge nature reserve. Connecting these separate pieces of grassland creates the background of our painting. Sadly, the painting is still empty of its subject, the iconic animals of the Great Plains.
Now, what if I told you that out here on the plains behind me, there's the second fastest land mammal after the cheetah, and that its closest relative is the giraffe.
What creature is he talking about? Some of you already know this. Bonus points if you can tell me its genus and species name. You already got it. A bunch of people already got it. Shoot. Ding, ding, ding. It is indeed... Antilocapra americana. There we go. Oh, not quite, Dr. Morbius, but close. The pronghorn, right here. Yeah. The last surviving antilocaprid. It is related to the okapi and the giraffe. But yeah, it is part of this once very common and diverse group, really important in the fossil history of Cenozoic North America. There were once so many different species of antilocaprid. Today, the pronghorn is the last one. There's pronghorn there. But there used to be so many different species. Here we go. Some of them with crazy, crazy horns. There's Tetrameryx, which is one that was... Tetrameryx irvingtonensis is from just here in the Bay Area. It's first named from Fremont, California, back in the 40s, I think. There were lots and lots and lots of other species, some of them with crazy headgear like this. Just bonkers. These are not antelope. These are not goats. These are not deer. These are not elk. They're not moose. They're antilocaprids. This group, now all of them are extinct, except for the pronghorn. They're a truly unique North American mammal. The last of their kind. They are survivors from the last ice age, in the way that kind of most, if not all, native North American mammals are. But these guys, when all of their relatives went extinct, these guys survived. They're super, super cool.
Not only that, but this animal has probably the best name in the entire animal kingdom. Meet the pronghorn.
Yeah. They're incredibly fast.
With its incredible speed, it's built to outrun predators that actually don't exist anymore, like the American cheetah and the
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So that's... People have long asked, like, why are pronghorns so fast? Nothing else is nearly as fast at running in North America as the pronghorn. Like, why are they so overpowered? Why are they so speedy? Well, it's because for millions of years, they were under intense selective pressure from predators like American cheetahs. Now those predators are gone, and they're just... They still have that kind of, supercharged running ability, Yeah.
terrifying short-faced bear. But despite 99.97% of them being wiped out in the 19th century, the pronghorn lives on. They evolved to live in an uninterrupted, open expanse, but their habitat has been fragmented by humans, and when they encounter a fence like this, it doesn't end well.
Every time a pronghorn goes underneath this fence, it's probably losing a little bit of the hair on its back. Over time, that will wear off all the hair on their back, and it actually makes them more susceptible to hypothermia in the wintertime.
Yep.
And so you're not talking about one...
And they can't jump over the fences, or at least they really shouldn't. They've got very narrow, spindly legs. If they try and jump over the fence like a deer would do, they risk breaking their legs. Their legs are built for running, not for jumping. I've heard them described before as like a sausage on stilts, In fact, we might find a video of somebody talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. A lot of people do call them antelope, but they're not antelope. Antelope live in the old world. Asia, Africa. These live in Europe too. These are not related to African antelope or Eurasian antelope at all. They're not closely related at all. They're much closer to giraffes and okapi. Yep. Ms. Art Rule says, where can one see pronghorn? I saw a whole bunch this summer. I didn't manage to get any on stream, but I saw a whole bunch in Wyoming. And I managed to snag this awesome shirt. Those are the Teton Mountains of Wyoming, and there's a bunch of pronghorn. Yeah. You can see them in Wyoming, Montana, Colorado. There's some in Utah, I think. Yeah, well, I saw a bunch in Utah as well this summer. Yeah, they kind of live in the Rocky Mountain West, if that makes sense.
The native wildlife evolved with this landscape.
West Texas. Yeah, Bondolator, yeah.
Migratory paths are now splintered. Mule deer, adapted for life in the mountains, can jump smaller fences. pronghorn evolved on the open range with few obstacles. If there's no way under, they must leap.
Yeah. And they're not good at jumping. They're not good at jumping. Here's a video from Texas.
We've known about the impacts of fences to pronghorn movements for a long time, but recent research has allowed us to hone in on a few things that we can do to mitigate those impacts. Pronghorn have the ability to jump a fence, but in their nature, they want to crawl underneath fences. So
And they're not good at jumping. Like, they can break their legs, apparently. That's what I've been told, anyhow.
It's a relatively easy fix to help pronghorn move more freely across the landscape. All you need to do is raise the bottom of a fence to about 18 inches. We work with landowners to get permission to come on their property to make these modifications, and at no expense to them. We've been doing fence modifications since 2013, and our research shows that this is working. We sincerely appreciate all the help and support that we've received from our West Texas landowners to bring back the pronghorn to the Trans-Pecos.
Such cool critters. It's such a treat to see them, you know? Like, what a privilege to be able to share the landscape with these incredible animals. They're so cool.
It's probably losing a little bit of the hair on its back. Over time, that will wear off all the hair on their back, and it actually makes them more susceptible to hypothermia in the wintertime. And so you're not talking about one or two fences, but hundreds, thousands of these that they have to navigate. Over time, you see a breakdown of the entire migratory pathway or the ability for the species to migrate at all.
And that's why we're removing these old, unnecessary fences, adding to the more than 100 miles of fence that Danny and his team have already removed. And with the pronghorn running free, we're bringing them back into our real-life landscape painting. We're in a very special place right now, and if we're lucky, we might get to meet the true unsung hero of the prairie. But we're in a kind of game with them right now. We can hear them everywhere, all around.
Prairie
dogs. They keep appearing and disappearing, so they're kind of playing with us. This is the legendary and adorable prairie dog, and we're in the middle of one of their towns, which are complex and often huge networks of burrows that they dig underground. As little engineers, they create habitats for more than 100 other animals.
So again, that's one of these keystone species like we were talking about earlier in the stream. This is one of those organisms that kind of touches the lives of so many other critters around it. It helps create habitat. It's a keystone species. Again, it was
towns, which are complex and often huge networks of burrows that they dig underground. As little engineers, they create habitats for more than 100 other animals.
Yep, things like black-footed ferrets, burrowing owls, you know, lots and lots of species of different reptile and insect and arachnid. They'd have a really difficult time trying to find a place to live if it weren't for all of these burrows that the prairie dogs dig. They're creating space for their neighbors.
Along with their endless appetite for grass, this makes them a hugely important keystone species.
Bingo.
So today there's probably something like 10 to 20 million prairie dogs, which sounds like a lot, but historically they would have been upwards of like 5 billion prairie dogs. That's a 99% reduction. This is really kind of catastrophic for the prairie ecosystem, not just for the prairie dog itself.
As well as being hunted extensively, prairie dogs are really vulnerable to the sylvatic plague, which arrived in America around 100 years ago through the global trade routes. They have no defense against the disease, which can wipe out a whole town, thousands of prairie dogs, within weeks.
Which is why we've got this. We've got insecticide-laced grain bait. The prairie dogs eat the grain bait, doesn't affect them, but it makes the prairie dog itself toxic to fleas, which are the carriers of plague.
Protecting them in this way means that in time, their numbers will continue to increase as they return to their natural habitat. But there's still something big missing from this picture.
Not dinosaurs. It's much further back. We're talking about non-avian dinosaurs. Bison. Bison is what's missing. Not Gundams, aerospace.
Okay, I'm beyond excited because we're out looking for the ultimate icon of the grasslands, the national mammal of the USA, and the most important piece in restoring our vision of the Great Plains. It's the one and only American bison.
Oh yeah, good stuff. There's the Teton Mountains like on the shirt.
Oh, I can't believe it. Okay, so there's a herd of bison just on the other side of this ridge. We gotta stay quiet so that we don't spook them.
Look at that.
It's just remarkable to witness the natural habitat of the grassland. Even from
So when I was out on the American Prairie Reserve, I didn't get to see a single bison. When I was there in 2015 and 2016, the bison were elsewhere, and they didn't have that many of them yet. I think nowadays they might be more common across the APR, but when I was there, we didn't see any. But there was another thing that I saw that really spooked me and the rest of the crew a whole bunch. It was, oh man, I can tell you the story, and if you remember the punchline, don't give it away. But we were out there. We were actually working at the Count Tricula site, working under this shade tarp, digging up this Triceratops frill, and then heard kind of a weird sound off in the distance. Like a low rumbling, and we're like, what in the world could that be? And we look out across the valley, and there's this thing just making its way down the side of the hills into the valley. It looked like a giant brown blob, just like there'd been a giant vat of chocolate pudding that someone had dumped out, and it's just oozing down the side of the hill into the valley. And it was just so big and moving so weirdly that we didn't know what to make of it at first. It was like truly spooky looking. And if I'd been like a superstitious person, maybe I would have run away. Just, my brain could not make heads or tails of this. Nobody's could. It was extraordinary. And then it got closer. And we could finally make sense of it. It was an enormous herd of elk. Hundreds of them. Just pouring down the side of this hill into the valley. Just moving as like a continuous mass. It's unlike anything else that I had ever seen. Just wild. It almost defied description. It was magical being able to see that. Like at first, just like almost like a kind of visceral dread at seeing something you have no idea what it is and you can't explain it. And then you get it. And it becomes something beautiful and wondrous. Just hundreds, dozens, if not hundreds, of female elk. And then behind them, one very large, very proud-looking bull elk. Just one male, so many females. Yeah, he, lucky guy. Yeah, it was nuts. But yeah, like a starling commemoration, but on the ground and with elk. There you go, Lenita. Yeah, it was wild. I'd never heard of anything like that until I saw it on the American Prairie Reserve, and it was magical. Such a special place. I hope that one day they'll have the same thing with bison. Just so many of them that they kind of fool your brain, you know?
This distance, you can hear the grunting, the physicality. There were once as many as 60 million bison roaming the Great Plains of North America. And then, in the blink of an eye, there were just 325 individuals left.
Just imagine the impact that has on the landscape.
I mean, you're talking about the prairies. Maybe it's most important species, a keystone species. They're truly builders and architects of the prairie. You can't really have a prairie without a bison.
American Prairie has undertaken an incredible bison reintroduction effort here. It started almost 20 years ago with just 16 individuals being released onto the prairie. Since then, they managed the herd to ensure its genetic diversity and continually bring new members into the family. Now, the herd numbers almost 1,000.
Nice.
Oh my God, they're rutting. I think they're rutting. This must be the start of the rutting season.
The rutting season is the time of year when males compete for the opportunity to mate, often in dramatic battles.
Witnessing this rutting behavior is not only a remarkable spectacle, but it also means that the reintroduction project here is going well. They feel at home enough to behave as a bison behaves.
There's almost nowhere in the Great Plains where bison are allowed to be bison, where pronghorn are allowed to run, where prairie dogs are allowed to live. We have a chance to do that in American Prairie. What could be more motivating than that?
I could not agree more. That's why we're so excited to bring support to this epic restoration effort and provide
The helicopter footage from that previously recorded Danny video, remember that one? That's a helicopter that the APR, like a helicopter company, helicopter pilot that they were working with, in order to survey these areas, spot where the bison are, all that stuff. And they gave us a ride in that. It was pretty special. We had to do some prospecting for fossils from the air. Yeah, almost wanted to play Ride of the Valkyries while we were doing that. It was pretty awesome. Anyway, the APR is a really cool organization, and we'll be seeing some of those fossils that we collected on the APR, on the American Prairie Reserve, when we go visit Badlands Dinosaur Museum. At the beginning of February, right here. February 3rd and 4th. Mark your calendars. Really excited for these streams. Yeah, our first big trip of 2025. I'm excited. It's gonna be real good. Anywho, with that said, it's time to wrap up today's stream. I've got some stuff I gotta take care of. Oh! Didn't even look at it, but we're printing a baby Triceratops skull. Don't tell Denver and Liz, but they might be able to use this at the museum. So I'm printing them a copy. I'll paint it up and I'll bring that as a gift when we go visit at the beginning of February. So I'm excited about that. Yeah. Oh, and I just ordered parts. It turns out it was the cables that run to the heat bed on the old 3D printer. Those were frayed to the point where it was sparking. So I've ordered a replacement cable and some other parts that should be arriving hopefully within about a week or two. And I can get the second 3D printer, the old one, up and running again. So we'll be back to full strength, running on all cylinders, or all print beds, as the case may be. Anywho, I've got some stuff I gotta take care of. Thank you everybody for watching. Let's go ahead and start our wrap up here. Let's put a mammal under our credits. Don't go away just yet. We're gonna see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science here.
In the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And thank you, Prince Nanerda, for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Who else is live on Twitch right now? Who can we go say hello to? Let's see here. Science Streams is on right now.
Engine.
All right. We're going to go right into Science Streams, see what scientists Belint and Lita are up to. Doing some microscopy today, looks like. So, I'm going to go hang out with another scientist on Twitch. Belint is a molecular and systems biologist, and does some stellar science outreach. If you've never seen Science Streams, you're in for a treat. If you have, you already know what to expect. Anyway, thank you everybody for another wonderful stream. Thank you to everybody being named in our credits. Raiders, subscribers, followers, gifters, cheerers, question askers, moderators. Thank you, mods, for everything that you do. Again, the internet is a big place. It can be just about anywhere right now, but you've been spending time here with me talking about science. And I'm grateful to you for that. It's pretty special. Thank you. See you again tomorrow for some more science outreach, some more paleontologizing. Till then, you all take care of yourselves. Let's go see what Belint's up to. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Take care.